All set. Satkartar dosto, Vaheru Ji ka Khalsa, Vaheru Ji ki Fateh, Assalamu alaikum, Namaskar, a very good evening to all of you in India and a hello to everyone around the globe. This is the 66th Mēlā of the YaarAnād Virtual Baithak Series, and I'm so grateful to you all for joining. Today it is my pleasure to be in conversation with Vidushi Saraswati Rajagopalan, who ranks among Carnatic music's leading exponents of Veena, Saraswatī Veeṇā to be precise. At age 12, she began her initial training under Radhamani Sharma of the Karaikudi Sambasiva Iyer school. She continued her tutelage under Shri Narayanaswami and Shri T Raghavan. She holds 2 MAs from Delhi University, respectively in music and English. She has worked with the All India Radio as a staff artist for over 3 decades. Now as a top grade artist, and ICCR has empanelled her in the outstanding category of music of artists. Her recitals across and outside of India won her accolades, including the Music Academy in Chennai Award for Veena and the Government of Tamil Nadu's Kalaimamani Award. So दोस्तों ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ बहुत जी आयां ਨੂੰ ਅੱਜ 66ਵੀਂ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਬੈਠਕ ਹੈ YaarAnād Virtual Baithak Series ਦਾ ਮੇਲਾ 66ਵਾਂ ਮੇਲਾ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਦੱਸਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਖੁਸ਼ੀ ਹੋ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਮੇਰੇ ਨਾਲ ਅੱਜ ਜੁੜੇ ਨੇ ਬਹੁਤ ਹੀ ਵਿਦਵਾਨ ਵੈਨਿਕਾ ਸਰਸਵਤੀ ਰਾਜਾਗੋਪਾਲਨ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕਿ ਉੱਗੇ ਦੇਸ਼ ਦੇ ਵੱਡੇ ਵੀਣਾ ਵਾਦਕਾਂ ਚੋਂ ਇੱਕ ਹਨਗੇ। ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਆਪਣੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਮੁੱਢਲੀ ਸਿੱਖਿਆ ਹੈਗੀ ਉਹ ਰਾਧਾਮਣੀ ਸ਼ਰਮਾ ਹੋਣਾ ਕੋਲੋਂ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਕੀਤੀ ਔਰ ਫਿਰ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਜਾਰੀ ਰੱਖੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਸੁਭਾਗ ਸੀਗਾ ਸ਼੍ਰੀ ਨਾਰਾਇਣ ਸਵਾਮੀ ਹੋਣਾ ਕੋਲੋਂ ਔਰ ਸ਼੍ਰੀ ਟੀ ਰਾਘਵਨ ਹੋਣਾ ਕੋਲੋਂ ਸਿੱਖਣ ਦਾ ਜੋ ਸਬਬ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਮਿਲਿਆ। ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਕੋਲ 2 ਮਾਸਟਰਸ ਦੀਆਂ ਡਿਗਰੀਆਂ ਨੇ, ਇੱਕ ਸੰਗੀਤ ਵਿੱਚ ਇੱਕ ਅੰਗਰੇਜ਼ੀ ਵਿੱਚ, ਅਤੇ ਇਹ ਆਲ ਇੰਡੀਆ ਰੇਡੀਓ ਦੇ ਟੌਪ ਗ੍ਰੇਡ ਆਰਟਿਸਟ ਸਨ। ਆਲ ਇੰਡੀਆ ਰੇਡੀਓ ਵਿੱਚ 30 ਸਾਲ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਸਟਾਫ ਆਰਟਿਸਟ ਦੇ ਵਜੋਂ ਸੇਵਾ ਨਿਭਾਈ, ਹੁਣੇ ਰਿਟਾਇਰ ਹੋ ਚੁੱਕੇ ਨੇ, ਅਤੇ ICCR ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਐਮਪੈਨਲਡ ਨੇ ਐਜ਼ ਐਨ ਆਊਟਸਟੈਂਡਿੰਗ ਕੈਟੇਗਰੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ। ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕਲਾਕਾਰਾਂ ਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈਗੀ ਹੈ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਕਈ ਸਨਮਾਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਨਵਾਜਿਆ ਜਾ ਚੁੱਕਿਆ ਹੈ। ਸੋ ਸਰਸਵਤੀ दिल्ली में रहनी है, पंजाबी बोलनी आई कि नहीं?
आपकी भाषा बोली समझ में आती है, बाकी लोगों की पंजाबी आती हो नहीं हो, आपकी जरूर आती है।
सो मैं जे पंजाबी च गल करा ते तेनू समझ आ जाएगी हैं?
जी
कमाल दी गल है। मतलब जे मैं लोकां नू दसां कि मैं साडी तुहाडी किन्नी लड़ाई हुंदी है कि डोसा तू कल्ले बना के खा जानी है, इडली कल्ले खा जानी है, ते समझ आ गई मैं की क्या?
आज भी खाने वाली हूँ आपके सामने।
अरे क्यों तरसाओगी? don't torture me like this. Anyway, welcome to the Baithak series. I'm so grateful. It's been really wonderful to know you for so many years now, and I've been looking forward to sort of as the series reaches the next hallmark of the number 100. So I'm now closing closer to the ones I've known for years. कैसी हो आप? लॉकडाउन में सब ठीक है?
बहुत बढ़िया, ऊपर वाले की कृपा से।
अपने मियाँ जी के ऊपर लगाम रखती हो एकदम? कहीं आने जाने तो नहीं देती बाहर?
नहीं, कोई किसी के ऊपर कोई लगाम नहीं, सब अपना अपना काम कर रहे हैं बस, and trying to be safe and
It's very important, yeah. In fact, मुझे बहुत ही मेरी कल वार्ता हुई विदुषी गीता चंद्रन से, और आज टाइम्स ऑफ इंडिया ने भी उनका एक आर्टिकल जारी किया है, निकाला है। येस्टरडे शी वेंट पब्लिक, जब उनको रिपोर्ट आई है उन्होंने, क्योंकि वतन में जो मैं आगे बोलता रहा हूँ कि अगर देखो कोरोना वायरस किसी ना किसी को होगा, हमारे रिश्तेदारों में होगा, हमारी गलियों में होगा, हमारे को हो सकता है। तो ये गीता चंद्रन को श्रेय जाता है कि वो जो स्टिग्मा एक लगा रहे थे लोग डॉक्टरों पे, नर्सों पे, अस्पताल के कर्मचारियों पे कि इनको बाहर निकालो, इनको किराए के कमरे से बाहर निकालो, या उनके ऊपर पत्थर तक मार रहे थे। तो ये बहुत बड़ा श्रेय है कि उनको किसी कोई कांटेक्ट तो मेड जो घर के जो काम करने वाले कर्मचारी हैं उनके ज़रिए ही आया है। और उन्होंने पब्लिक किया, ये बहुत बड़ा श्रेय है। और आई थिंक हमें सबको दाद देनी चाहिए कि ये जो स्टिग्मा है इससे मुक्ति दिलानी होगी। वायरस से ज़्यादा भयंकर है वो। और बड़े बड़े पत्रकारों को हुआ है, क्रिस कुओमो जो अमेरिका के हैं, न्यूयॉर्क के गवर्नर के छोटे भाई हैं, सबको, किसी को भी हो सकता है। मैं जब चल के आया हूँ इटली से, मुझे हो सकता था। अब मेरा जैसे कहें 24वां दिन है क्वारंटीन में, एक तरह से 14 दिन का ख़त्म हो गया, पर मैं अभी भी अपनी कुटिया में हूँ। आने जाने किसी को घर में नहीं, कोई कर्मचारी नहीं आने देते। तो ये अपने आप में बहुत बड़ा श्रेय है, मैं दाद देना चाहता हूँ। आप कुछ कहना चाहेंगी?
सबको स्वस्थ रहना चाहिए, as far as possible try to be of help to each other by being safe, of being support to one another. इस टाइम में बहुत ज़रूरी है। कभी कोई बहुत अकेला पड़ जाता है तो उनकी मदद करनी चाहिए, और जहाँ तक हमसे हो सके। एंड ऑल्सो स्प्रेड पॉजिटिविटी। और जो अपनी तरफ से मैं कोशिश कर रही हूँ म्यूजिक के जरिए, जो होता मैं करती आई हूँ इन द लास्ट 2 months, जितना भी हो सका।
मैं देखता रहा हूँ बीच बीच में।
Yeah, I've been watching you also. You put your time to best use, I think, in the last 2 months and your stay under lockdown in Italy, and we got to, see so many great artists across the globe. You were conversing with them, so बहुत अच्छा लगा. So what you're doing is a immense service to music, and also by doing this you're spreading positivity, because music has therapeutic value. तो अगर जो भी सुनता है म्यूजिक के बारे में सुनता है, इसकी the greatness, the divinity part of music, I'm sure somewhere or the other the positive vibes to go and help each other and bring about some kind of calmness and peace in all the human beings.
बिल्कुल। So
first of all for inviting me today to converse with you or fight with you. Converse.
नहीं, आज तो लड़ेंगे, अच्छी लड़ाई होगी, देखते जाएंगे। अब आगे भी तो लड़ते हैं, अब दुनिया के सामने लड़ेंगे। हमारी जो कहें लड़ाई शरेआम हो जाएगी। हाँ। सो पहले पर मैं शुक्रगुजार हूँ, आपने समय निकाला। आपके ना चश्मे पे रोशनी पड़ रही है आगे से, वो खिड़की खुली है क्या सामने? हाँ, ऐसा, हाँ ऐसा रख लो। हाँ, यू कैन, हाँ बेटर है, दिस बेटर। सो जैसे कहें कि ये जो वीणा है आपके हाथ में, पहली लड़ाई नंबर 1 आपने इसके ऊपर पिक लगाया है, मतलब ये जो इलेक्ट्रॉनिक मॉडिफिकेशन किया है, वो पीछे कौन है जनाब? अच्छा, ठीक है, कोई बात नहीं, नथिंग हुआ, मुझे पूछना भी नहीं चाहिए था दरअसल। ये जो पिक लगाया है, क्योंकि हमने उस दिन जो वीणा सुनी डी बालाकृष्ण जी के हाथ में, वो ऑर्गेनिक थी, यानी कि एकूस्टिक थी। आप
नहीं, उसका पिकअप लगाया था, मैंने बहुत गौर से देखा, वो C11 AKG का कंडेंसर माइक यूज किया था उन्होंने।
रियली? अच्छा, मुझे नहीं पता लगा।
It cannot give so much flow of sound, क्योंकि मैंने यही चेक किया, क्योंकि mine is a magnetic pickup. The condenser is also equally good. So this is उसमें क्या होता है कि there are some extra sounds that it picks up. So now I've started using this, but even C11 is a very good mic. He had used that.
पिक वाला मैग्नेटिक पिकअप आप यूज कर रही हैं?
No, it is too tiny compared to this, so you can't make out. It was placed in a place, in a positioned in such a way that हम जैसे लोगों को पता चल जाता है।
हाँ, नहीं, इन द सेंस कि दूसरा ये कि जो बिल्कुल ये काफ़ी बड़ा है, पर मुझे एज ए लूथियर, एज ए साज बनाता भी हूँ मैं कभी कभी, जब मिजाज बनता है, एक साज की ना अपनी एक लकड़ी की एक आवाज़ होती है, सिर्फ तारों की आवाज़ से साज नहीं होता है। तो उसकी एब्सेंस को आप कैसे डील करती हैं? आपको कैसा लगता है साज?
बिकॉज ये वीणा जो दिखती है इतनी बड़ी साइज, फ्रॉम द साइज इट शुड गिव मोर वॉल्यूम, या इसका जो भी आना चाहिए, बट वी आर नॉट गेटिंग द रिक्वायर्ड अमाउंट ऑफ वॉल्यूम। उससे क्या होता है, हम जो बारीकी में कुछ धमक बजाते हैं, वो सब इट ऑल इट गोज अनहर्ड, हमें खुद को नहीं समझ में आती है, सुनाई नहीं देती। तो ये इसके मैग्नेटिक पिकअप, व्हाई इट इज सो ह्यूज, is because it is a magnet, so it has to be under every string. Only it picks the sound of the string. So that is why I'm using this, and many, people, Veena players are using this magnetic pickup. Or as a resonance chamber, okay, it does लोग एक कमरे के अंदर ऐसे छोटे कमरे में बैठेंगे तो सुन सकते हैं, but not for a bigger audience. And another thing is, I'm always wondering, the vocalists, they are using a microphone, public address system. That is also a electrical or whatever, some device to amplify the sound or the volume. Violinists use, mridangist use, every instrumental, every artist, everybody uses, even for speaking. So why can't a Veena
No, a
artist
microphone,
use a
yeah, microphone is good,
pickup?
but to have,
Like
it's almost like me accepting a magnetic thing stuck on my face. It is almost like that. It is equivalent to that. Having a microphone is one thing, but to actually to alter the experience of Veena as it has been heard for centuries and centuries and centuries. And with the kind of, there are microphones which are outstanding, which don't need to be having a contact like that. I mean, especially these kind of gadgets were made for guitars, people who stand and move around and play. But Veena is a static instrument; it stays at one place. So a microphone, a very good microphone, could be used. So
Yes.
in the sense that I miss that. For example, I'm not interested only to listen to the string. For me, the Veena is the whole body of instrument, which the shape, which has a logic of evolving, right, over hundreds and thousands of years. As I mentioned the other day, this is for me the fretted Hindustani Veena, which is the rabab, which is the North Indian Hindustani rabab का ये fretted रूप है, same शक्ल है उसकी, motifs भी same हैं, उसका logic same है, इसके ऊपर frets लगे हैं. और जैसे गज वाली जो रबाब कमायचा है वो unfretted है पर गज है उसका, and it is a dwarf in a way. So I miss that. I miss the body. I miss the sound of the Veena. It seems very it looks like electronic music for me. That is how I feel. I don't know, how would you, what would you say to a person like me who has that opinion, vis-a-vis the electronification, if I may, or of sound of Veena? How do you converse with my kind of question marks?
See, had you been here in this room physically, probably I wouldn't have used this. And we have done that, in your studio many times. Okay. So there is no need, and you have beautiful, soundproof acoustics in your studio. So we don't get any outside sound. So here everything, reverberates, there is so much of noise pollution. The fan is making a sound, AC is making a sound. So when all these sounds are coming, this kind of,
I see.
goes down and yeah.
Okay.
So
it's more
there
for
is
that.
a need.
It's to cancel out the other sound rather than picking up that. But is it, if I may push back on that, you've been in the radio, you've used those big ribbon microphones which take sound from all sides. But maybe you're not versed with microphones which don't catch anything else but only point, like even ordinary microphones are commonly used, like SM58s or 57s or Beta 58, Beta 57s. Don't pick anything if you're 1 feet away or 2 feet away. They don't carry any bleeding. There are microphones which are made to do that. So my question is again that are you satisfied with what a magnetic pickup versus a contact microphone or a condenser microphone, which is a non-contact microphone, delivers? Are you more satisfied with this sound, or is there something that you miss in this sound that this magnetic pickup picks?
Let me answer your question. In radio, when I used to work, in fact, I'm not talking about the recent microphones, those old, 30, 40 years ago.
The ribbon microphones, yeah.
They're fantastic, After that, we got later versions, models, but I don't think it had, with one microphone, the entire group used to sit, and so beautifully, they used to balance where the mridangam should be placed.
How far, the distance, they would play the distance,
So one mic was picking up the Veena and everything. The sound used to be fantastic. But the thing is, I don't know, we are not making such microphones, or those things are not
But
available.
also that was a dead space. No, it was a studio interior, so that
Yeah.
there's no external sound coming. Yeah.
Yeah, soundproof, totally
Yeah,
soundproof. Now to the second point is like you're talking of SN58 and all those things, those external microphones which doesn't come directly in contact. Well, if there are no other instruments, I can use that because it will only pick up my Veena. In a concert, when you have an accompanying artist where the mridangam is there or a ghatam is there or somebody else is also playing, so what happens is
there's bleeding.
There are
there's what we call bleeding. Yes, bleeding is called.
Yeah. So that happens. Then again, the sound of Veena suffers.
Okay.
Everything's that
It's
overshadowing
loud and
the Veena.
Okay. So that's anyway. Thank you for that, but I still have my
And
opinion.
then-
You've not converted me yet.
Yes. No.
But I
And then,
understand
this
that.
guitar, it gives good continuity.
I know. अच्छा
Continuity.
चलो ये तो होगी हमारी लड़ाई. दो लड़ाइयाँ होगी, एक डोसे की लड़ाई और तुमने हमें चिढ़ाया कि हमारे सामने मतलब आज डोसा खाओगी, हमें चिढ़ाओगी. ये तो ये लड़ाई होगी, वो तो तुम जीत गई. ये मैग्नेट वाली तो मैं जीता हूँ हर दफा. ये चुंबक तो सारे मेरे यार हैं.
ठीक है, एक इनाम मिल जाएगा.
और दूसरा वो जो खूंटियाँ आप मैकेनिकल लगा दी आपने, वो लकड़ी की छोड़ के, मेरी वो भी बहुत सख्त लड़ाई है आपसे.
नहीं, अभी क्या होता है कि the climatic conditions, see, these were made at a time, to suit the South Indian, the tropical वहाँ के जो weather conditions.
अरे छोड़ो, हिंदुस्तान नॉर्थ में भी हमें इतना गरीब मत कहो नॉर्थ वालों को. हम लोगों के पास भी साथ रहे हैं, हमारे पास भी खूंटियाँ नहीं हैं. अरे बहाने यूं ना बनाओ यार. I'm just kidding. I know.
I do everything. I'm not rigid कि ये ऐसे ही होना चाहिए. If somebody is without a mic, I'm willing to hear, putting my ear close to it. I'm happy to play. Absolutely no problem. See, there's more trouble for the person who is hearing more than for the person performing. See, the one who has to hear has to be very attentive.
I know.
उनके लिए
Anyway, friends, the point I'm making is, इनको छेड़ रहा हूँ मैं, but then that I'm trying to tell you that Saraswati has been very mindful of trying to find the solutions, because what she has mentioned, I'm versed with it. My friends like Pandit Asit Banerjee, who's one of the senior most disciples of Ustad Zia Mohiuddin Dagar. I was working and trying to record it with me on the Pakhavaj, and then I had Pinky Namdhari on the Pakhavaj in the studio. The microphone that we placed in front of the Rudra Veena had sound of the Jodi. Veena was less. So these instruments are actually very, very low in terms of, in a very acoustically designed chamber, you can hear them. But you have to then place them in a contrast. If you see how the Pakhavaj in the old times was placed at the back, it was not just about hierarchy, it was about creating a distance, about catching them so that the listener could have access to the vocal subtlety, because especially the lower octave, and also the string instruments, which are very feeble as compared to the loud, tightly strung Pakhavaj or the Poda of the Pakhavaj. So Saraswati has been at the forefront of innovations, or accepting innovations, trying to find solutions. Khuntis, of course, if they are not very well made, they are not the right reamers, to shape the knobs, they can't be tuned. The instrument struggles to remain in tune. So she has also accepted innovations by way of mechanical keys. I'm teasing her, I always tease her. I always talk ulta rather than talking Sida, just to trouble her so that maybe she'll say, okay, I'm going to bribe you with a nice dosa, you come home. That's always my attempt. So anyway, what are you, I've been like, I journeyed to Karnataka with Vidushi Aruna Sairam. She's always ever so lovely. She was in Seattle at the time when we had the first meeting. Of course, I've had long-standing conversation with some of the top scholars like Professor Janaki Raman and Dr. Ramanathan and so many others. Professor T.V. Sankar Narayanan. who was my colleague at the, he's much older to me, but my colleague at the Sangeet Nada Academy when we were together. So I've had some wonderful, wonderful interactions, and I've been sort of amazed at looking at how I've tried to compare and looked at parallels between the repertoire of the Gurbani Sangeet that I have had the fortune of learning by way of my association with some of the last remaining elders of the 20th century, or those who were born in the last decade of the 19th century. I was very fortunate. They were in their real ripe, time in their 80s and 90s when I began in the 80s and 90s. Began in the 80s actually, but through until the 90s, like Bhai Arjan Singh Tarangar lived nearly 95 and so on and so forth, until the year 95. So what are we going to hear? I mean, I'm interested in Muthuswami Dikshitar's, compositions. We've seen Tyagaraja's compositions. So my request would be to you would be to enlighten us about Muthuswami Dikshitar's or Shyama Shastri. Either of them, we have seen them less. So it'll be great if you can tell us about them, about their work in the sense of compositional structure, and share with us some of their music.
1750 to 1850, if I'm right. Let me just tell you the.
Doesn't matter. I've got the dates. 18th century roughly, the last half of the 18th century. Yeah.
So that period is supposed to be the golden period for Carnatic music, you can say, because it was during this time the three names that you mentioned, the Carnatic greatest, Saint Tyagaraja, Muthuswami Dikshitar, and Shyama Shastri. I don't know why the names are taken in this order. Shyama Shastri is the senior most. Then comes Tyagaraja. Then comes Muthuswami Dikshitar. And Muthuswami Dikshitar is the youngest amongst the three.
Yeah.
And of course, all the three, they are matchless, And their contribution to Carnatic music is so much that, we are all so much indebted to them. That today we are able to sing, practice. There's all the legacy that, Virasat mein jo humne mili hai se. That is one thing. Tyagaraja's compositions, he has composed quite a number of compositions in various, ragas and things like that. And his compositions are, we can say, a little simpler compared to Muthuswami Dikshitar's or Shyama Shastri's. Tyagaraja Kirtana's, everybody can sing right from a child, to the same thing can be developed very well by an experienced musician. But a child can also sing. They are very simple to look at, but they are equally, very, sublime and lofty in its content and, sahitya-wise, the meaning, all those things. Now, Muthuswami Dikshitar's compositions are very difficult because they are loaded with a lot of Sanskrit mantras. He was an authority in all the Shastras. Muthuswami Dikshitar was an authority in music, Jyotisha, Vyakarana, Sanskrit, and almost everything there was nothing that he didn't know. So we can see those references in all his compositions somewhere or the other, everywhere. And his mastery over the language, Sanskrit, something, Tyagaraja composed mostly in Telugu. Maybe there are one or two Sanskrit compositions. But yeah, Dikshitar's purely, in Sanskrit. And also maybe a couple in a few compositions in Mani Pravalam, they say. Mani Pravalam means a mixture of 2-3 languages. The same thing. So Dikshitar's compositions are very, very, in the sense, the way he approaches the raga, the way the kritis are structured. There are simpler kritis also, but most of them are, vilambit, to be rendered in a slower tempo. So you cannot just, rush through a Dikshitar's composition. So it has to be rendered aram se, that kind. So it needs a little more maturity and, experience to handle some of the kritis. That being on one side. Dikshitar, let me tell you something about Dikshitar, though I told you about this, that he was an authority, master in all the Shastras, Jyotiras, everything. Dikshitar was also very open-minded or very forward-thinking, I would say, at that time. That he was in Varanasi.
Yes.
There is Guru, spiritual Guru. Till then, he had not composed, though he knew music, but he had not composed any composition till then. He had learned all the Shastras, he knew everything. So when he came here along with his Guru for Diksha, after 5 years of Diksha, the Guru, his spiritual Guru said, now whatever I have to give you or teach you, I have imparted all the knowledge. Now it's time for you to return back to your place. So he is so attached to his Guru, he said that, I don't think...
Sir, there is a movement on the computer. Is there a movement? Is something moving and there's a tuck, tuck, tuck sound? The computer seems to be going up and down. Is there a movement?
No,
No, it is shaking. It's going up and down.
I don't know what I'm perfectly, unless this earthquake or something, I don't think it is just absolutely still. Is it even now?
Is there somebody sitting next to it?
No, there is nobody.
Nothing. It's funny. It's moving like up and down. And it's making a sound when it moves.
I don't know. Maybe the fan, I can switch off the fan.
Yeah, make it lower if possible. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll do that.
My apologies.
No, not at all. Not at all. There's nobody in this room.
I see.
No, is it okay now?
Yeah, we'll see. Yeah. Thank you.
No, it is in the same position.
No, it's just that it's moving up and down. It was something which is like vertical up and down. And then it makes a tuk, tuk, tuk sound. I was wondering. Yeah. It's okay. We'll see. We'll see now. So that's very interesting. And of course, talking of the dates before we come to the 5 years and the Diksha that you mentioned, that Shama Shastri, the dates, I have the dates, he was born in 1762 and lived till 1827. And Santyagaraja is 5 years younger to him, 1767, but he lived till 1847. And then he lived roughly 15 years more than Shama Shastri. And Muthuswami Dikshita was born March 28, 1775 and lived till October 21st, 1835. So, yes, in the sense that Tyagaraja lived longer than all of them, although he was 5 years younger to one and about 8 years or 7 years younger to the other. He was in between, yes. And you mentioned that you were talking before my apologies for the interruption, but you were telling about after he came and he got the Diksha, yes.
Yeah, so then his Guru said that, whatever I had to give you, I have already imparted. Now it's time for you to leave. But he said, when I came, what I was, I feel I'm just the same. I don't think I've got something. Then he says, no. Just go to Ganges. Then how will I know that he didn't want to go back? So he says that you just go to the Ganges, knee deep, stand, close your eyes with little water and pray whatever you want in your mind and just rub that water off. And if you get what you want, you take it that whatever I have to give you, I have given you, and it's time for you to start your journey on your own now. But he says you have to leave. He says no. But why should I go back? I want to be with you and serve you. So he says, no, within 1.5 hours I am going to die.
Oh, I see.
Which you won't be able to, withstand. You won't be able to take the shock of my... And he says, no. Then finally he's there, and then after that he comes back, and on his way back, there is a place called Tiruttani. Tiruttani is near Tirupati in Tamil Nadu. You must have heard of Tirupati Balaji.
Yes.
So it was more or less around the same area. There is a temple for Kartikeya, Guru Guha, that is Ganeshji's younger brother Kartikeya. So we call it Tiruttani, temple for Lord Muruga. So he goes there to have darshan. So as he enters the temple and he is standing there, one old man comes and gives mishri, sugar candy. He literally dumps it, puts it into his mouth, and disappears, vanishes. So he's looking around, the man is not there. Then he goes inside the temple to have darshan. And that is the time, he realizes that the God himself, the presiding deity has come and blessed him. So from there he starts his composition, the first composition. That is the first time he started composing. So from there he...
Is it remembered? The first, is it remembered? The first one is remembered?
Yeah, Shri Natati Guru Guho Jayati Jayati. I won't be able to play the full song because there are so many compositions.
I know.
It's a long song.
I see.
But I'll just play the first line.
Oh yeah, that would be fantastic. Thank you. Yeah.
It is again, set in Maya Mala Gaula.
I see.
That is the raga is Maya Mala Gaula. That is the first raga we are taught in Carnatic music.
I see.
The raga that we are taught in Hindustani music, they teach Bilal, Shuru mein, all Shuddh Swar. Whereas, we do the Komal, of course, Shuddh Madhyama and Tiva, Shuddh Nishad is there, but otherwise, it is Bhairav That, we call it Maya. Yeah. So, that is the first raga or the scale, not raga, the scale that is taught to us, Sargam, Vagera, Jo, Hamare, Pankars, Jo, all those things, So, he very rightly chose that raga, I think. Then, we are taught in a way that, in 3 speeds we are asked to play. Sa, Ri, Ga, Ma, Pa, Da, Ni, Sa. Then Sa, Ri, Ga, Ma, double Da, Ni, Sa, Sa, Ni, Da, Pa, Ma, Ga, Ri, Sa. Sa, Ri, Ga, Ma, Pa, Da, Ni, Sa, Sa, Ni, Da, Pa, Ma, Ga, Ri, Sa. 3rd speed. मतलब एक का दुगना करना उसका वैसे. So the composition, the very first line is so beautifully set like that.
क्या बात
So, the composition, he's wow. Slow me first, slow me second speed, third speed. So it is so beautifully he has composed, Of course, the song after that is very lofty and sublime. It's a very long kriti, I know it, but I'm not.
I see. Can I request you to reduce the tanpura just a bit? It's overpowering your voice. Just the volume little lower. Make sure that you keep it at that level. Yeah. Veena was good, but the voice is going into the background. Yeah. This is a fantastic. This is the first composition in the temple. Wow. What a movement.
After he went back and so he went back to his own place, Tiruvallur. Again, one beautiful, it's something very incredible. Tiruvallur is a place near Tanjore district. Something unbelievable, All the 3 of them were born, the Trinities. Saint Tyagaraja, Shama Shastri, Deepshikar, they were born in the same town. They were all padosis like you and me, both, Janpura, very close, इस गली में रहते तो दूसरों का ऐसा, within the same this thing, they were staying so close to each other's house and they were contemporaries, obviously. And that is something, how it is God's will that...
Did they write about each other? I'm now intrigued by the fact. I mean, it's I know that they were from the same area, but did they mention about each other in their songs?
I don't think they would have mentioned each other in their songs, but I think they respected
something
each
like
other
I hate Tyagaraja or what does Sham Satri know? Nothing like that. No songs of jealousy. No songs of praise to each other.
No, no. The thing is, these people were really saints
I
by
know.
birth.
Yeah,
It is not, they became saint later, but by birth, they were of a very high, on the spiritual level, and they were always beyond the physical. They were always they had transcended, from the physical plane. So naturally, they always were so spiritual, and their worship, their puja, they were all very deeply, dedicated towards their Ishta Devata. Like Tyagaraja was, the Ishta Devata was Lord Rama. Muthuswami Dikshitar, of course, he was all the gods, but particularly he was a Devi Upasaka, in the
I
sense he
see.
was a worshipper of Devi,
So it was Sakat,
Shri Vidya.
what we call Sakat in the. Okay.
So also Shama Shastri was a Devi Upasaka.
I see.
But the difference between their composition is that, Tyagaraja was like very informal with Lord Rama, like he treated him like a friend, he treated him like, everything. Like he would plead, he would also like reprimand. So, the moods were like that, all the rasa that, one can think of in different emotions, that he expressed through his compositions. Dikshitar's compositions were of a different nature. They were very scholarly in the sense that, it is so much, embedded with information. And like I said, I'll come to all the different types of compositions he has done. And Shama Shastri, again, he was a Devi Upasaka. So, again, he was very close to, in the sense, same way, his pleading, crying to God, the goddess, why don't you, like that, it was a personal touch with God they had, the Ishta Devatas. Whereas, Muthuswami Dikshitar, since he was an authority in all the Shastras, so his compositions had a lot of references from various this thing. Of course, even Tyagaraja's compositions, you will find a lot of references from Ramayana and other Puranas. So also Shama Shastri is again purely Devi. So he didn't go to any other this thing. But Dikshitar's composition in a way has a lot of variety. Variety from the point of view that because again he was a master of everything. And also he was very open in the sense, he was very innovative, and he got inspiration from other genres of music and everything. So for example, his same Banaras, along with the spiritual guru, he got familiarized with Hindustani music. So you find a lot of his compositions having a little touch of Hindustani, like the Drupad like compositions, his compositions are structured like Drupad compositions. And even the raga, the approach, that slow tempo, all those things you will find. And even the ragas, compared to a same raga in Carnatic music, for example, we take Hindolam, the way Tyagaraja has composed, and if you take a composition of Dikshitar, you will find the influence of, the north in that composition. So that way, he kind of adapted ragas like Jaisevanti. He called it Jujavanti. Then, of course, Hindolam. And so many ragas from the north, and, particularly the structure and the slow tempo and all those things. Then he was influenced by the British band, European band. At that time, it was colonial rule, so naturally British. So British, orchestra, when he used to listen, he got so inspired by that. So he, the Western music in major scale, Bilawal scale, he has kind of, composed sahitya to those tunes, the original tunes of Western music bands. So there are some about, say, 35 to 40 compositions of that. They are small little compositions. Even a child can sing. They are very, very pretty, nice, pleasant, simple. But he has, kind of composed the lyrics for all those things. They are called Nopaswaras. They are the simplest ones, anybody can play or sing. And they are usually taught in the beginning, like the elementary lessons are going on, those notice swaras are taught to students. But these days, even, seniors are performing in, some concerts just to give a variety. Then Dikshitar.
Also, Jajavanti is, for example, the oldest record of Jajavanti is from Guru Tegh Bahadur. There is no other reference. And that is, again, 17th century. And that is the relationship of North Indian and now South Indian music as well with the Gurbani Sangeet tradition. The raga, there's no mention of raga before Guru Tegh Bahadur anywhere. So that, anyway, please continue. I thought that it will be very interesting for everybody to understand that Gurbani, by way of Bhagat Kabir and Guru Nanak, was sung across Asia. Unlike several traditions which sung locally, they were more in smaller regions. Whereas some of the Bhakti tradition and Gurus and some of the Sufi, they traveled a lot. And I think Swami Dikshitar's journey also is evident in his work. His idea of travel is visible. And the cross-pollination, if I may. Yeah.
And he had really traveled, and another thing is he has composed Krutis on the places that he went to, the temples that he visited.
I see.
For example, there is a composition Pashupatishwaram. So, Nepal Pashupati,
Play along. Tell us a musical story.
On Bhadrinath,
I see.
Sri Satyanarayanam Upasmahe. Again, that is like Drupad, Bara Matreka,
I see.
We call it Rupak. Rupakam mane, not the Saat Matra wala Rupak, our Rupakam, but Vilambit.
I see.
So it's like your Adha Chautal Bara Matra, something like that. I can play that for you.
That will be fantastic.
It is in Rag, we call it Supabanturali, and आपका जो तोड़ी होता है, हिंदुस्तान में तोड़ी.
Right.
Like this.
क्या बात है, क्या बात है.
Narayanaswami. This is a composition composed on the deity of Badrinath.
I see. क्या बात है, क्या बात है. Very.
So the as you say, इसमें भागने नहीं सकते because it has to be in this tempo.
And you कोई राग सुनाओ ना. तंत्रकारी जो करते हो, I've heard you so many times. Is there a rag that is doing rounds these days? अक्सर जैसे मैं पूछता हूँ, कौन सा राग चल रहा है आजकल दिमाग में जब बैठते हो? कोई ऐसा होता है कि is there sometimes when you are sort of a rag comes and like clouds, you know, when they come and rain their fill. How does it happen with you?
Sometimes, yes, it does
Compositions
come.
come, do compositions somehow boomerang and you end up singing and playing it, humming it for a few days,
Yes,
or
it
a
does.
rag comes. How does it? What's the process you undergo?
It depends, like sometimes, when you have to perform somewhere, कि क्या करना है, तो you keep thinking about something, so you feel कि ये बजा के देखो, ये बजा के देखो, so something or the other goes on in the mind, It could be a raga that is all the time flashing in your mind, on your mind, or it could be a kriti, or it depends,
I see.
At different times it could be different. It could be a raga or a kriti.
And so tell us about, the Melkarta ragas are also one that has been very interesting, how they were evolved, how the 72 scales were made. Of course, many people say that it was not really the best thing to happen to Carnatic Sangeet, that it made things very complex. That's one idea. Others feel very proud that they exist. Some have said that the Bhatkhandey system is much more convenient and sort of better in that sense. But I'm of the older opinion because thoughts, even 72 mailers are less. When I did scales, I wrote more than 1400. I've actually, okay, I'll tell it now. I've written 1439 scales. Now, and that was in 2006 when I began in Napoli my work, and I finished it in a few days when I was in Milan designing the bow, which was then made by Nicola Galliena, one of the top bow makers who specialize in Baroque era bows. Tukhari, for example, raga, which uses both the Gandhars, both Madhyams and both Nikhads, that came in my scale of 1439. It comes around 700 something. I don't exactly remember the number. So I had to, and that was how it came. Suddenly I said, oh, this is this Tukhari, how do I deal with it? It goes, for example, I don't know if you have something like that. If something comes to mind, do let me know. Oh, my voice is all dead, but Ama Pagari Samagama Padhama Nisa Nidapama Danida Padhama Pagari. So, Guru Arjan, ha. निर्गुण राख लिया राख लिया राख लिया निर्गुण राख लिया राख लिया राख लिया समतन का सदका समतन का सदका सतगुर ढाक लिया पमा पर सतगुर ढाक लिया मोहे पापी पड़दा मोहे पापी पड़दा ढाकन हारे प्रभु हमारे जी प्राण सुख दाते अविनाशी अवगत स्वामी पूरन पुरख विधाते निर्गुण राख लिया आओ समत ऐन का सदकाओ. Now this, for example, it shocked me. I was like sleeping at about 3 a.m. and I said, but ये कौन से स्केल में कौन सा मेल है इसका? अगर ठाठ है, अगर उसका स्केल है तो कौन सा स्केल है? तो पहले मैं सो गया, फिर then I woke up again about half an hour later. I mean, I was not sleeping. I thought it's 3 a.m. Maybe I'll do something in the morning. Then I just couldn't. I just woke up, went to my father-in-law's office, took out the printer papers, and I began writing. And I covered from Arche, Gathik, Samaj, Savarantar, Adav, Khadav, Sampur, and all the 7 jatis of the scale, of the jatis, And I ended up writing 1439, one logic. It's not yet published, but anyway, I didn't even share the count earlier. But so the talk of 72 male kartas has always fascinated me of how do you reach a logic of establishing 72 when it is not that there can only be 72 scales. There can be so many. I have, for example, used the Rikhabi Gandhari Madhyami scale. That would mean it has got both Rikhabs, both Gandhars and both Nikhas. I call it, I've given very generic name, right? Madhyami Tehvati male. So it will have both the Madhyams and both the Tehvats. The rest is will have a logic. It could be Komal Gandhar or this and that. So how do you reach 72? How do you reach 10? And why would you reach 10 like Bhat Khande did? When it somehow gives you some convenience, but then it is also in a way rejecting or shrinking the idea from the expanse. You're saying, okay, have this focus only. But then that focus becomes the constitution of music in North India. How do you see these ideas of scales?
Yes, to answer your question, see, there are any number of scales. There are, like you said, it could be 1,000, 2,000, whatever, 1,500. There are any number of ragas. See, scales are just the Aro, Avro, इसमें शुद्ध ऋषभ लगता है, कोमल गंधार लगता है. They are scales. When we develop it and we start, improvising on it, it becomes a raga. When you start unfolding it, so it becomes a raga. Then somebody composes a kruti. Like for example, I take Shupa Bandhurali. It is a Mela Karta raga. I'll come to that later. So the thing is, we are not limiting it to 72 Mela Kartas. 72 Mela Kartas, there are any number. See, 72 Mela Kartas came into existence much later, but before that there were already a lot of ragas. If we go through the raga history, of course it's a very big subject, we'll not go to that. And coming to 72, the thing is, there are already many offshoot ragas, but it was only to systematize them into some kind of a logical thing. It doesn't mean that it is limiting it to 72. See, 72 ragas are like parent scales. There are any number of offshoots. That is, we call it Janya ragas. For example, I will say Bhairav Thaat. Again, Bhat Khande's Thats, that's a very recent one compared to all these things.
Yeah.
These were all 16th, 17th century, innovations or creations or discoveries. Bhat Khande is very recent. See, it is only trying to classify certain ragas that come under this family, that is all. It doesn't mean that we are limiting it to 10 thats or 72 Mela Kartas. For example, there are a raga like Shankaravarnam, it has any number of Janya ragas, offshoot ragas. Like Hari Kamurji is a Mela Karta raga. It has any number of, Janya ragas. Some will have Audav, some will have Audav Shadow, combination. Some will have zigzag, Vakra rag bolte hain. ऐसे कई उसी के offshoots होते हैं. But whereas Mela Karta ragas are scales which there are some simple, I won't say rules in the sense, it has to have 7 notes in the Aro and in the Avro. It is a septatonic scale which will have all the 7 solfa notes. And it has been very beautifully, logically arranged so that there is absolutely no confusion. If you are not bored, I can explain a little more details of what it is. I mean, if you permit me, I can.
Before you,
So, the 72 ragas are first of all grouped in such a way that first 36 ragas, 1 to 36 ragas are with Shuddha Madhyam. Then the 37 to 72, the 36, the second set of ragas are with Prati Madhyam. That is, it is exactly the counterpart of the Shuddha Madhyam ragas. So how it has been arranged is we have 12 semitones. Other than Sa and Pa, Ri, Ga, Ma, Dha, Ni. Permits 2 varieties. One is a komal, one is flat and sharp. Let us make it because all the people are listening. क्योंकि हम Carnatic music में शुद्ध जिसको बोलते हैं, वो हमारा lower flat note को शुद्ध बोलते हैं. And in Hindustani music, the one which is sharp is called Shuddh. Shuddh Gandhar is our Komal Gandhar. So I will make it as Re 1, Re 2, Ga 1, Ga 2, like that for easier
No,
understanding. So that it has,
just use your terminology.
yeah,
Let's not worry
first,
about that. So yeah, you've said enough
like,
that it is for you. Shuddh
yeah,
Gandhar
because
would be. But do you
there are
use Komal and Tivra Gandhar nomenclature or terminologies, or because Shuddh in North Indian is a term I don't know when it came because it's something very strange. If one is Shuddh, what is the other note? Is it Ashuddh? Because when the terminology was Komal or Tivra. Komal,
yes,
Ati Sakari, Ati Komal, Sakari, At Sakari, then Tivar Tar, Tivar Tam. Uh, so I don't know what is Shuddh and Ashuddh because if there is one that is Shuddh, then other has to be Ashuddh. But before you begin there, we in the
yeah,
north we've had like Ragmala concepts. Like the 72,
yes,
we've had the Ragmalas. Like in Guru Granth Sahib, if I may just read out Ragmala, which is at the end of Guru Granth Sahib, ke Rag Ek Sang Panch Berangan, Sang Alapahi Atho Nandan. So there's one Raga with 5 wives, and along with them sing the 8 children, the 8 sons, because Ragmala in Guru Granth Sahib doesn't have putris, that's putra. Prathama Rag Bhairav Vaikarahi, Pancharagani Sang Ucharhi, प्रथम भैरवी बिलावली पुण्या की गाव है बंगली पुन असलेखी की भई बारी ए भैरव की पांचों नारी पंचम हरख दिसाक सुनाव है बंगालम मद माधव गाव है दिस द फर्स्ट वन देन ललित बिलावल गाव ही अपनी अपनी भांत अष्टपुत्र भैरव के गाव है गायन पात्र द एट सन्स द्वितीया माल कौशक आलापही संगी रागनी पांचौ थापही गौड करी अर देव गंधारी गंधारी सिहुति उचारी धन आसरी ए पांचो गाई माल राग कौशक संगलाई मारू मत मस्त अंग मेवारा प्रबल चंड कौशक उभारा खौखट आओ भवरानद गाए अष्टमाल कौशक संगलाए पुन आयो हिंडोल थर्ड पंच नार नारी संगी अष्टसुत एंड द 8 चिल्ड्रन विद 5 वाइव्स उठै तान कलोल गायन उठै तान कलोल गायन तार मिलावही तेलंगी देव करी आई बसंती संदूर सुहाई सरस अहीरी लय भार जा संगी लाई पांचों आर जा सुरमानंद भास्कर आए चंद्रबिंब मंगलन सुहाए सरस बान औ आहि विनोदा गावही सरस बसंत कमोदा अष्टपुत्र मैं कहे सवारी पुन आई दीपक की बारी कछेली पटमंजरी टोडी कही आलापी कामोदी औ गुजरी संग दीपक के थापी कालंका कुंतल और रामा कमल कुसुम चंपक के नामा गौरा और कानरा कल्याणा अष्टपुत्र दीपक के जाना सब मिली सिरी राग वै गावै ऑल ऑफ देम कंबाइंड सब मिली सिरी राग वै गावै पांचों संगी बरंगनी लाभ है बैरारी करनाटी धरी गवरी गावही आसावरी तह पाछे सिंधवी अलापी सिरी राग से पांचों थापी सालू सारग सागरा और गोंड गंभीर अष्टपुत्र सिरी राग के गुंड कुंभ हमीर खष्टम मेघ राग वह गावही द 6th वन पांचों संगी बरंगन लावही सोरठी गौंड मल्हारी धुनी पुन गावह आशा गुनगुनी ऊंचै सुर सुहौ पुन कीनी ऊंचै सुर सुहौ पुन कीनी मेघ राग स्यों पांचों चीनी बैराधर गजधार केदारा जबलीधर नट औ जलधारा पुन आवय शंकर औ श्यामा मेघ राग पुत्रन के नामा देन एंड्स खष्ट राग उनि गाय संग रागनी 30 सवै पुत्र रागन के 18 10 20 so 6 ragas and 5 wives, that's 36 and 36 putras. So that's a divide of 36 and 36. You have a divide of 72, half of them with the Tivra Madhyam, half of them with the Komal Madhyam. So just to share, it's important for for us all to understand that the idea of having numbers, accounts, or classifications is ancient. It didn't start with the 72 male kartas, and it's not ended with the 72 male kartas. You were please continue. You were saying.
It was very scientifically, arranged. It is not just haphazard arrangement, So it is grouped into 6 ragas each. So in the Shuddha Madhyam variety, we have 6 groups, it is called chakras. The first chakra is called Indu, then the second chakra is Nedra. Anyway, that is not important. It is divided into 6 groups. So each group having 6 ragas.
I see.
And those 6 ragas are very, beautifully arranged. So that if you allow me, I will just demonstrate.
Please, it will be fantastic. Yes, thank you.
Yeah, not as a raga, but first as a scale.
Okay.
For understanding, for
Sure.
if people who want to know.
No. I want to know. I am hungry. Yes. Enlighten me.
For example, like Sama, they are the static, natural notes. So 5 notes having 2 varieties. पहले सारा दूसरा बजाया था. So now we have 2 Re1, Re2, Ga1, Ga2, Ma1, Ma2, Dha1, Da2, Ni1, Ni2. Let us take it.
No, use the original terminology. Use the original terminology. Not Ga1, Ga2. Just use the original.
They are saying Ga, Gi, Gu, Ra, Ri, Ru, like that.
Yeah. Say that. Say that.
So like that. So what happens is, now anyway the first 36 are Shuddha Madhyam,
Okay.
Shuddha Madhyam. So Sa, Ma and Pa, these are there in the first 36 ragas.
Okay.
These are common in Sa, Pa and Ma are there. Now Re, Ga, Dha, Ni, these are the 4 notes which change.
Sure.
So for example, the first group, that is the very first group of the 36 ragas, the first group of 6 ragas. For example, Sa. Then here our Chatushruti Rishabh, or say your Shuddha Rishabh, becomes Ga, Ati Komal Gandha. So we are not touching the original Ga, either the flat or the sharper ones. But the Re Shuddh becomes the Gandha. The second Dha becomes So what he has done is, he has kept in the first 6 of the group, the 6 ragas will have this part, that is the lower tetrachord, or we call it Purvam. So this will remain the same. Uttarang will keep changing the Dhani.
That's how something similar, which is interesting. When I was writing, they're written very methodically, yes.
Yes. Will keep changing. Now, for example, in this group, this is called Kanakandi. This raga's name or the scale, it is called Kanakandi. Now we'll go to the next raga in this. It's the same. Now Komal Nishad. So the first 3 ragas will have pehle Shuddha Devat, Adi Komal Nishad, Shuddha Devat, Komal Nishad, Shuddha Devat and Shuddha Nishad. The first 3 ragas. This is called Ratnangi. Then the third raga. So I said this remains the same. The Purvam of each group will remain the same. Whatever notes that it takes will remain the same. This will keep changing with each raga. First, here also it is the same. The pattern of change is the same throughout. So this is how the third raga comes. Now the fourth raga. This remains the same. From Komal Dhaivat we move to the Shuddha Dhaivat. So next पहले शुद्ध धैवत अति कोमल निषाद, शुद्ध धैवत कोमल निषाद, शुद्ध धैवत शुद्ध निषाद तक. अभी fourth fifth raga में the dhaivat becomes शुद्ध, then कोमल निषाद, then the fifth raga शुद्ध निषाद. Now comes a very interesting part. Just like we did a Ati Komal Gandhar here, it becomes Shashruti Dhaivat. The Komal Nishad becomes the third Dhaivata, you know. This is called Carnatic. This raga. So this is the first set of 6 ragas, first chakra as it is called. So like this we have 12 chakras, 6 for Shuddha Madhyam, the other 6 for Tivra Madhyam. Everything remains the same, Ma changes.
I see.
It becomes Tivra. So now I will play the corresponding 37 to 42 now.
Okay.
Same combination, but the Ma is changing.
Yeah.
This is called Salagam. This raga is called Salagam. Now, this is called Jalarnavam. This raga is called Jalarnavam. Then the next. This is called Jalavarali. This is called Jalavarali. Then after this comes it's called Navanita.
Wow.
This is called Pavani Dilsha. This is called Pavani. Then comes Raghupriya. So this is for the simple understanding. So now this part, the pattern will continue like this. Now in the second chakra, what happens is we had Ati Komal Gandhara. So now we have Komal Gandhara. This is called Senapati. The second group will have same Shuddhari. जैसे यहाँ पर changes होता है, so this happens with each raga here. The changes of the Rani. With each raga it is happening. Here it will happen in each chakra. Now the next. ये आप लोगों का भैरवी है. We call it Todi. This raga is called Todi. But this is only a scale. But Todi is not rendered like this. Todi is a raga full of ghamakas. You know, we hardly, of course, we use the angular static notes also, but on the fret. But it has more. So this is how we play the Todi raga when you have to, elaborate and clear. So when we have to play a composition and told it, this is how we would be rendering the RO. But as a scale. So this is like your Bhairavi, this raga. Then comes so this pattern 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, it keeps changing the same way. Here with each chakra it changes. The first, 6 ragas had the same riga, but this was changing. Second, the gandha changed. So now I'll do a corresponding pratimadhyam of this.
Okay.
This is called Gavam Bodhi. Then the next is Bhavapriya. Then comes Shubhabantu Rali, what I played just now, जो टोरी मैंने बोला आप This raga is very interesting with Shruti Daivat. This is called Divyamani. As a scale, but when you really play this, it's very beautiful, It's just like a, table.
Terrific possibilities, I see.
Like a, table I'm giving you. But when actually, there are compositions in these ragas. Tyagaraja has composed in almost all the 72. Dikshita has composed. Then we have Tamil compositions by one Kotishwara Iyer, and he has composed in all the 72 ragas in Tamil. So we have compositions in all these ragas. Yes, we do have.
That's fantastic.
You want me to continue a little more on
Yeah. Why not? It's documentation. Yeah. Why not?
So you want
I'm
me
only
to do
grateful. Yeah. If you can, if you're in a mood, yeah. Or you can play some. I know that I've enjoyed Hansat Dhwani from you in the past, and it'll be great if you can play some.
But I admit raga because if you need a kriti of Dikshita, then that is Vatapri Ganapatin. It's a invocatory song. We've already crossed. But anyway,
but yeah, we can. That's a different section now. We can start looking at kritis, and you can start from that.
If you want me to continue with Mela
Let's finish the Mel Kartas. Yes. Yeah. Then we come to the kritis. Yes. Yeah.
So, like, you want me to play Vatapri Ganapatin? I can play.
क्या बात है वाह
I have to tell you one interesting fact, about this. This Raga Hamsadvani, this was created by Muthuswami Dikshithar's father, Ramaswamy.
I see.
It's become such a universal raga that,
Many people play it, yeah.
Yes, and
I don't sing it, but yeah, I've known so many people who. Faim Saab used to sing, some of the ones who was very closely associated with, yeah.
And this raga created by him.
That's fantastic. Yeah. So tell us about, talking of the kritis, give us an example of different kinds of kritis that Muthuswami Dikshit had composed, like different talas, for example, if you can, about his handling of tala structures and then the kritis that he has done. If you can kindly share with us 2-3 examples,
Yes.
if not more.
Muthuswami Dikshit has composed a lot of, group kritis. That is, in a group there will be about 8 or 9 kritis, like that. Several on a particular theme. For example, there is the Kamalamba Navavarna kritis on Devi. Then the Guru Bhakti kritis, which again are 8 or 9 in number. Like that, group kritis he has composed on the 9. I mean, 5 elements. Panchabhuta Kritis, on the 5 elements. So like that, he has composed on different themes. And about his tala structures, yes. One, as I said, like, he was very much influenced and, like the Drupad type, that Vilambit, structure of Bharamatra, he has done quite a number of kritis. Well, in these group kritis, in some of them, he has employed the Suladi Saptatalas. That is, when we, there are the 7 basic talas. Ekatala, Ekatalam, not the Ektalam, Ekatalam, then Rupakatalam, Triputatalam, Jampatalam, Matyatalam, and Druvatalam. So these are the 7 talas. So they are called Suladi Saptatalas. And we are taught the alankars, when in music, when we start the elementary lessons, along with the, sargam exercises, we are taught this also, so to have some idea about the talas. So sometimes only 7, one sample of each one is taught. But my teacher taught me 35 talas, So each tala having 5 jatis. 5 jatis meaning it will have a Tishra Jati, Chatushra Jati, Khanda Jati, Mishra Jati, and Sankirna Jati. So Tishra Jati means 3 in number. Chatushra Jati is 4, Khandam is 5, Mishram is 7, and Sankirnam is 5. For example, I'll just play the Ekatala.
Yeah.
Tishra Jati, 1, 2, 3. So this is Ekatalam. Ekatalam Tishra Jati. Now the 4th, Chatushra Jati. Now Mishra Jati. Mishra Jati. Now Sankirna Jati. This is Ekatalam. So each talam, has different angas, Lagu, Dhritam. Some talas will have 2 dhritams. Some talas will have 2 lagus and 1 dhritam and 2 lagus. So it differs, the angas. For example, Ekatalam has only the lagu. That is only the beat and counts. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. Sa, Ri, Ga, Ma, Ri. Like that. So Sa, Ri, Ga. So this is called lagu. Beat and counting is called lagu. Now let's move on to the next tala, Rupakam. Rupakam, it has 2 angas. One is a dhrutam. Dhrutam is a beat and a wave. This is called dhrutam. And lagu is this. So Rupakatalam has 1 dhrutam and lagu. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. वो इसको बाद में हम झपताल, all that we can say, but the basic structure of the tala I'm just saying. Then sa ri ga ma ri ga ma pa. So it goes on like that and all the things. So Rupakatalam, the lagu keeps changing 3, 4, 5, 7, 9, but this rhythm will remain the same.
I see.
Sari, gari, gari, gama, sari, sari, gama, ri, gari, gama, pada, ma, ga, ma, pada, ma, pada, ni, pada, ni. It goes. So, sari, sari, gama, pa, ri, gari, gama, pada, ga, ma, pada, ni. So, this is Kandajati Rupagam. Then Mishram, sari, sari, gama, pada, ni. Riga, riga, ma, pa, dha, ni, sa. So, Sankirana Jati, sari, sari, sa, ri, ga, ma, pa, dha, riga, riga, ma, pa, dha, ni, ga, ma, pa, dha, ni, sa. So, this is how it goes. Then comes Tirupataram, which has one lagu and two dhrutams. So, the dhrutam can be first, then lagu, or first. Either ways. So here 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2. जो रूपक ताल का स्ट्रक्चर भी है, हाँ, तो इसको हम तिश्र जाति त्रिपुट तालम कहते हैं. Then चतुश्र जाति हमारा 3 ताल 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 2 dhrutams. Then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 1, 2. Then 7, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 1, 2. So like that, the different talas. So Dikshatar, because I don't want to, like a table, just do this, it becomes boring. So Diksha is just for the basic understanding how the different talas, So he has composed in some of the group kritis, like in Chatusha Jati Matyataram, then Khanda Jati Adataram, then Mishra Jati Jampatalam, then of course the Aditalam is there, then Tishra Jati Triputatalam is there. So like that, he has used different, all the 7 talas in some of the kritis.
Is it possible to have like an illustration of any tal, but with the different jatis, compositions? Are there compositions that are, of course there are compositions I know, but is it possible to give a couple of illustrations, if not more, of one tala but with different jatis?
Yeah, I'll just sing one line and show it to you.
Yeah.
Because,
if you can recall anything, yeah.
For example, today is Monday. There is a composition, like when we came to talk about the group kritis, he has composed kritis on Navagrahas. There is a very interesting story. I'll come to that later. Let us finish the talam part of it now. So today is like Monday, Chandram Bhajamana. So it's a composition on the planet Moon. This is in, Chatusha Jati Matyataram. It goes like this. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. Total 10 matras, but it is 4, 2 and 4. Chandram Bhajamana Chandram Bhajamana Sadhu. Sing ये सुर में नहीं मैं
बजा दीजिए. I don't need to. Yeah, please play.
ये सुर मेरा नहीं
क्या बात है?
So this is, it is called Chatushrajati Matyatala. So it has four, two lagus and one rhythm. First lagu, then rhythm, then again lagu. So like that there are different and very beautifully structured. पता ही नहीं लगेगा कहाँ कैसे जाता है, but beautifully it is.
Actually, people have forgotten in the north, in the north, people have forgotten that the trital, teen tali, it's got three talis, the idea. But there are multiple tals within the teen tali structure. So I am a hafiz of the parampara, the oldest school of percussion, as a system that still survives. Instruments may have been played for long in certain places, but as a system, as an evolved system of the Darbar Sahib Amritsari Baj, which is the oldest, mother of all Punjab schools. For example, the Chhaptal, as you say, Dha, Digan, Ta, Trikad, Dhatat, Dhan, Dha, Digan, Ta, Trikad, Dhakat, Dhan, A. So, do teen. One is the Guru and the Tisri Jati and the Dusri Jati. But then you take the Sulfakta. Dha, Tikadheta, Kaidha, Dhinta, Kin, Dha, Tikadheta, Kaidha, Dhinta. The teen tali only. Jati badal rahi hai. और कई ताल हैं, धमार ले लें, ता धिन कृधिन धिन धागे त्रिकड़ धागे तीन कृतिन तिन ता त्रिकड़ ता धिन कृधिन धिन धागे त्रिकड़ धागे तीन कृतिन तिन ता त्रिकड़ कै धेट धेट धाग तेट तेट ता धा दिन दा आ दिन दा तिन तक धा दिन दा आ धींगड़ धा ती ता तींगड़ धा धींग धा आ. This is also teen tal. All of them are jati khandas. Now this in the north, rest of the schools I've seen that they don't even understand that it's the same teen tali structure, right? The jati is changing. Char tali, for example, if you have so many talas, but I can give you char tal of dha, then ta, titikatagadegin, dha, tet, ket, dhum, tet, ket, take. Satra matra shikhar tal is also char tal. Because the jati is changed 6, 6, 2, 3. So dha, tet, so dha, tet, ket, dhum, tet, ket, take. आते. सो ये दरअसल हमारे यहाँ, क्योंकि सबसे पुरानी मेमोरी है मेरे पास एक तरह से, so ग्रामर का व्याकरण, I understand the grammar of it. So that's why I was asking, because it's fantastic for me to see this, that there is one tali, but the old terminology still exists, the jati is changing, but it's the same iktali or rupakam, but the jati is changing, and the compositions are different. For example, if we have char tal, as we've played together, any char tal we can take ये चार ताल का स्ट्रक्चर है, 12 मात्रे का. Late 16th century, Guru Arjan's composition, Shuddh Kannada, which doesn't exist in the North Indian music. And then in the same raga, for example, it could be the Shikhar Tal, the Char Tal of the different jati. Dhana, dhana sohavi, dhana, dhana sohavi, safal gadi. धन धन सुहावी धन धन सुहावी सफल घड़ी जित हर सेवा जित हर सेवा मन भानी धन. So these structures are so धन धन सुहावी 6 beats. धन धन सुहावी सफल घड़ी 2 3 and 2 3 are there. So they are structured. We talk of Pancham Swari. If you take another chartal jati different is dhi tak dhin dhin dha dha te ta dhin dhin dha dha again. Sorry, this is Pancham Swari is Panch tal, 5 talis. So dhi tak dhin dhin dha dha te ta dhin dhin dha dha again dha trika dhi. So the jatis change also in the north, but now the terminology has been lost. People have forgotten how the talas were created. They were all to do with the pingal. About the Lagu Guru and Pulita, how one Lagu, one Guru is becoming, the Rag is to do with Rasva Dirgha Pulita. People have forgotten these things. So that's why my interest was there. Yeah.
108 talas, this Lagu, Guru, Plutam, all those things. But in the Suladi talas, we have only Lagu, Dhritam and Anudhritam. Anudhritam is only a beat. That is 1, 2, 3, 1. 1, 2, 3. Of course, in Mishra Jati, Jampatalam, there are compositions. Tyagaraja has also composed. Dikshita's compositions are also there. There is a very beautiful Navadra Kriti itself. It comes like this, das mata. So like that, he has given us a variety, so it doesn't become monotonous, particularly in these group kritis. So at least 7 compositions are of different talas. So he has used Khandajati Ekatalam, then this. So like that, in different group kritis, he has employed different talas.
So let's now come to the composers. Yes, about your journey. You were quite young when you were initiated, right? Was it your interest, or were you about your journey?
Yeah.
We come to that now.
Yeah.
How did it begin? Was it your interest in music, or was you forced into it?
I was not forced into it. I mean, it's a very funny story, but anyway, it's a very interesting story.
But is it funny because is it your husband who got you into it?
No, not like that.
So you mean I don't have to blame him? I don't have to blame him for that?
No. The thing is, my mother, in her own right, she was a good vocalist, and she also used to play the Veena.
I see.
So she used to teach me as a child. When I was a small girl, she used to teach me, and I was totally based on, like it happened with me just now, somehow. I used to always sing, a little off key. So she thought it's a waste of time, teaching me music. So I'm not for music. That was her impression. And it so happened that since she was playing the Veena, and there was a Veena at home, and then after, because of the family commitment, she couldn't continue. So the Veena was just lying idle.
I see.
So the Guru who taught me first, Srimati Radhamani Sharma, who taught me, she was having a music school, not school in the sense, at home she was teaching a few students, so she always needed some extra Veenas, so every time investing money on buying it, then where to store them, these things were a problem. So she just by chance, through somebody, approached my mother if she could lend the Veena. So that's how our house Veena went into my music teacher's house. Then somehow my music teacher felt that, she should do something in return for the Veena. So she told my mother that I want to teach your daughter. My mother said she is so besura, she has absolutely no jnanam. That is, music is not for her.
I
So
see.
don't bother. I'm very happy to give you the Veena. Please, if you're putting it to good use, I'll be only too pleased. But somehow she was very, adamant that she should teach me. So my mother said, look, you'll be only wasting your time and energy. So my mother really didn't bother. One day my teacher, she herself, took me to her place and, she started teaching me.
I see.
So I was also totally like, taken aback. Why am I going there and for what, I didn't know. But it so happened that, I had to go there to learn Veena. And initial 2-3 days, I was just about 9.5 years old. The Veena was big, I was too small, so like if my hands, if I kept it there, it wouldn't reach this place to pluck. So if I came this side, it wouldn't reach the first note. So it was a problem. Then she tried to, do some jugaad as to इसको कैसे सिखाएं अभी बोल तो दिया है. I brought her also. Now it became, a thing for her that she had to do something and make me play. So she looked at everything. She put a small pillow and, wanted to somehow adjust the Veena so that I'm able to handle it. Even that didn't happen. Then she said, "Come, sit on my lap." She made me sit on my lap and she made me play.
क्या बात
And
है.
turning point of my life.
I see.
Never looked back, So it
वाह
was
वाह
one of
वाह.
the how destiny takes. My mother was totally not for it. She wanted to, she was like Veena came to me, and as such, I didn't know the greatness of music or Veena or anything. My mother used to sing. I was always, playful. We used to go around to play with my friends and things like that. But this changed me totally.
वाह
So
वाह.
that is my first lesson of Veena started. She put me on her lap. She made me sit. The first 3-4 classes were a little difficult, I would say, because as a teacher, I couldn't say it was very uncomfortable for me to sit on somebody's lap, and I was not that kind of a toddler that somebody can make me sit on their lap, but and then trying to press my finger here and there, it used to be very painful. But then all those things just vanished, and uh, it was a total change, of direction for me in my life.
वाह
My
वाह.
thing changed after that.
What was? Do you remember? What was the first things that she taught you?
Same Sarigama Padanisa.
Can you show us?
Yeah, same thing.
But I mean, come on. You couldn't have played this. You couldn't have played at this speed at the first time. So take us back when you were dying.
No, first time I couldn't touch my Veena because, first of all, as I said, it even
I know. I'm
with
just teasing
her,
you. I'm just teasing you.
that I couldn't play it. But within a week or so, slowly I got adjusted to the Veena and the size because the Veena was very big and I was small. But somehow, gradually,
Yeah.
all those
So it was
adjustments.
it was what we call bharo in the beginning. So and
See, in Carnatic music, it is
yeah, you
taught.
mentioned that this first is taught. But
And
how was the system? So she started teaching you the sargams. So take us through what was the methodology? Can you show us how were your early days, and what is your memory of that? Of course.
memory, then the alankarams, just now, the 35 talas.
Uh-huh.
Normally, only 7 talas. That is, from each tala, one jati is taught.
I see.
Like in Chatusha Jati, like Ekatalam, they teach one, Khanda Jati Ekatalam as a sample. Then, or say Chatusha Jati Rupakam, then Tishra Jati Tirupura Talam, then Mishra Jati Jampa Talam. Like that, one sample of each talam is usually taught, 7 talas.
I see.
But my guru, taught me all 35 alankarams, and that was gave me a very strong
I
foundation.
see.
So you have something to practice. Otherwise, with and then coming to the Mela Kartas, then she used to make me play in some of the Mela Karta scales. so that I get familiarized with other ragas also. Like if she taught me a varnam in a particular raga, for example, Shankarabharanam, she'll say you play Alankarams and Shankarabharanam. If she taught me something in Kalyani, she used to say you keep practicing the Alankaram. So this way, the speed, handling of the raga, so it helps you in different ways.
So can you show us when you teach? I've seen you do that. But I want you to demonstrate it for our listeners and for the students. Many of them, imagine some of them. My student, he was my research scholar at the Gurū Nānak Dēv University. He's now head of department Khalsa College, Dr. Jatinder Singh. He's been inspired. By the Saraswatī Veeṇā. He used to play the sitar. He says, I would love to learn the instrument. So there's a lot of interest that has been generated, and I will be putting him in touch with you and also with Vidwan Balakrishna. Can you show us in this what we call the Bhairo, what corresponds to the Bhairo Mēlā, about the exercises that, let's just imagine that I am the student, and if you were to teach me, and I'm good enough as a student in the sense, but you were to teach me the Veena, how do you teach the scales, the instrument, the fingering techniques? And I also see that versus the Mysore tradition where the two fingers are mostly used, you're mostly using the index finger, the first finger mostly. I noted that. So is there tell us about that, if there is a different technique, or is just sparingly, it's just optional that you're using? Of course, you use both, I know, but mostly when you were playing, I was noticing it was mostly one finger.
Because the Mysore tradition, they also follow a little bit of Gayatri, but it's more of Kantakari, in the sense more plucks are there. So, of course, the initial training, there is nothing like Gayatri or Kantakari or anything.
Course.
Everybody has to go to the kindergarten stage of learning Jack and Jill, is there for all of us, whether it is vocal music or violin or flute or anything. The elementary lessons are the same for all of us, and we follow the same
elementary thing. If you evoke the idea of Jack and Jill, I joke about it. The elementary, the moral of the story is, whichever mountain you climb, you're going to end up in the ditch. That's the riyazat. With the maestros, you think you're climbing the mountain, they say, hey, baby boy, you're still down there in the ditch. You're not up here yet.
Initially, we are taught to play. No, curves or the gamakas are not taught.
I see.
First of all, you should understand the notes as they are, their placements. See, only then at the later stage, we will know usko kitna treatment dena hai. Like when we are playing a particular kriti or a composition, that doesn't happen in the beginning. It is only scale. The sargam of Maya Mala Dola only we are playing. We are not playing the ragam as such. So when we have to play a ragam, the whole approach is different. So, then you will forget the sargam. You won't even know that, in the same raga we had played the first lesson. Right. So it becomes totally transformed as a raga. It gets a, beautiful picture, a character, an identity. Whereas here the notes are just to show that you're playing a particular skill. So for example, the way I was taught, the fingering you asked me, while ascending, arohi mein, both the fingers.
I see, both, I see.
Go together. Then arohi mein, you have to split the fingers.
I see. We do that on the Dilruba, the two-finger barge.
So this, when you look at it at a later stage, see whether you play with both the fingers or split it, it hardly means anything, but it's just a technique that, it helps us in playing certain phrases, if you have to split, so it doesn't happen. And when you're playing with two fingers, also the volume remains the same. When you split it, suddenly it doesn't become half. The volume is the same. So it's a variety, just to add some variety to it, but it does not add any value in that sense, it's not going to, improve the aesthetics or anything. It's just an exercise. That's all. From exercise point of view. So there are about 14, 15 exercises like this where each note is introduced. Like first step is like this. Then we come to this side, this side, this side, this side. Then so we are, step by step we are increasing each, going, higher. So this way, one gets acquainted to all the 7 notes. Then this is the first exercise. There are about 15 exercises. Then that it was all going ahead like this. Now it will come.
Vakra.
Just to, it is not that it should be one line that you can follow. You should be able to play whichever way, the notes. It's only to get used to
Of course. Gain the fluency in expression. Yeah. So show us, if you can, some of the alankaras that you do. Very beautiful idea of alankaras. On a light note, I thought you just pick up the instrument without any pedagogy, you just start playing and magically it plays. Now I see that you have had to study quite a bit, huh?
Then the alankarams, as I said, I was taught all the 35 alankarams. So that was a real good grounding, because it helps you in different ways. You understand the mathematics of also the talas and everything. It helps at various levels. And when we are playing in different ragas, like the same alankaras I used to practice in different ragas. And when a new kriti was taught to me or a varnam was taught, so I was made to practice. So that's how the elementary training, the initial training went on.
That's fantastic. Thank you for that. And so अब कुछ संगीत हो जाए. गपशप बहुत कर ली मैंने, आपको तंग बड़ा कर लिया. जिसे पंजाबी में कहते हैं सिर में काफी खा लिया. हुण कुछ आनंद लइए. हुण कुछ विद्वानों की बात कुछ सुनाओ हमें. कौन सी कृतियाँ आपको अच्छी लगती हैं? कुछ उनमें से 2-4 हम सबकी झोली में डालो. And for the listeners, if you can tell the first words of the kriti that you will play and the rag and the tal, I would be very grateful. Yeah.
I do that.
Yeah.
मैं जयवंती द्विजावंती बजाऊं. अखिलांडेश्वरी रक्षमा. Dikshita's composition. Because we are doing Dikshita today, so
that'll be very kind. वाह वाह वाह, क्या बात है, क्या रफ्तार है इसकी। और मैं आई एम ऑल्सो नोटिंग दैट लाइक इन द Guru Tegh Bahadur's oldest compositions. At least I have about 3 of them. Not many have survived. The Gandhar Rikhab mean, the Tivra Gandhar and the Madhyam Gandhar Rikhab, that is not very, it's not used very intensely here, no? It's a
Yeah.
re re ga ma ma ge re ge re sa re re. So it's more like that. But
Yeah.
for example, in the way we use it, the explored as a Madhyam Gandhar Rikhab range is quite beautifully raised. It takes us back in time. So how it was used by, for me, it's an amazing comparison to make, to study the beautiful 2 ways that rag has been used. It's
You know,
fantastic.
those, that Komal Gandhar, that combination,
It's
it's very
fantastic.
beautiful, you know, how it hides.
Yeah.
And you know, Muthuswami Dikshitar, like we are talking of the graces, the Ghamakas, which are very much part of
Yeah.
Veena playing, you know. Indian music
Yeah,
itself, you know,
but
it's,
yeah, exactly.
it's the Shrutis. It's only through the Ghamakas we are able to get those, you know, microtones and all
Yeah.
those things. And the different types of, you know, Ghamakas that, particularly the Jaru, the glides, you know,
Yeah.
both upward and
Yes.
downward.
They were very beautiful.
So, like,
Those Pancham Saz, but yeah.
we can play, this, but so, and you told me about the plucking because
Yeah.
there is a lyric coming there. So I cannot pluck. So
Yeah,
only.
yeah, fair enough. So, for example, Guru Tegh was Bit Jai, Bit Jai, Bit Jai, Bit Jai, Bit Jai, Bit Jai, Janam Akaaj Re. Janam akaaj. So very, very beautiful. The it's very. क्या राग है वैसे धन गुरु तेग बहादुर.
You know, it's so beautiful and those dhamakas are so delicate. That, you know, it's not
Yeah.
this, no, it's a particular way, you know, you have to do it. So, we cannot play all those things on the fret. It has to be only, you know, deflected on the, you know, the note and
Yeah.
the right amount of shruti, you know, the value we have to kind of.
There's one, the idea of the Gamaka, as you, the other one that I think sang a few days ago, the Ram Sivar, Ehe Tera Kaaj Hai. It's a very unique kind of a Jajavanti. It's Komal Gandhar is worthy of note. Ram Sivar, Ram Sivar, Ram Sivar, Ram Sivar, Ehe Tera काज Papadayam Pamagare. It's quite similar. I mean, this is fantastic.
Yeah.
Thank you. It's very moving. Thank you for sharing this. और क्या सुना रहे हो? राग, कुछ राग भी सुनाओ ना, अलाप्ती जैसे करते हो, हाउ यू सिंग दी प्ले दी अलाप्ती, कोई कोई ताबियत लगाओ किसी राग में. इतने कंजूसी मत करो, कुछ राग सुनाओ हमें.
आपको दिवाली राग सुना दूं?
कौन सा?
It's a raga called Nasika Bhushan.
हाँ.
और दीक्षितर के पद्धति में उसको नासा मणि कहते हैं.
अच्छा.
So I have to use that name because we are kind of discussing more of Dikshiter, but
absolutely. That was very kind. क्या बात?
This is Shat Shruti Rishabh. Whereas the Kamal Gandhar becomes the Re, Shat Shruti. It is not Vishruti, Chatushruti, it is Shat Shruti. You must have been, at least not familiar, I heard the name of the raga called Vagadi Shruti.
Yeah.
There is a raga. Easy to counterpart Shuddha Madhyam raga.
I see.
Prati Madhyam of Vagadi Shruti. This is
क्या बात? Can I ask you one thing?
Yeah.
Has the magnetic pickup, have you now adapted? I see that the slides you're playing, the sustenance, you've altered, you've sort of evolved the hand. I mean, hearing you after many years, I mean, that's very interesting. You're now squeezing the harvest out of the magnetic pickup, is it? It's changed. I see. Dramatic change, yeah. This.
I'm not using this hand at all.
क्या बात है, क्या बात है.
1 minute, I just want to check up my iPad connection. I don't know whether the battery is running out. 1 second.
I see.
Yeah. Because some sound was coming, so I just wanted to.
No, it's okay. It's working fine.
I'm not able to make out if it's
Don't worry.
connected to.
Don't worry.
Yeah.
We'll see if it stops.
Yeah.
This was fantastic. क्या बात है.
This is Nasika Bhushani or Narayanaswami Dikshita's Paddhati. This raga. Also, there is a very beautiful Kriti of Tyagaraja also on this Maraveri Ramani, and there is a beautiful composition of Dikshita also, Shri Rama Saraswati.
सुना दो ना.
बजाते.
क्या बात क्या
One important point here I want to make, like the compositions, the kritis we have, there is the pallavi, we call it, Asthai. Then second part is called Anupallavi, which we call it as Antara.
exactly, yeah.
Then we have Charanam. So it is into three parts, but Deekshita has composed some compositions where there is only a Pallavi and something called Samashti Charanam. That is, there is no Anupallavi.
I see.
There is, the second part is called Samashti Charanam. And another interesting part, point in Deekshita's composition is, in all the compositions as we are playing, there is a double speed, not double speed, but Madhyama Kalam we say. For example, in this also, like all the kritis that I rendered till now, there is, the kriti goes in a particular tempo. For example, in this thing I will be able to show it to you.
Okay.
In this episode, we play. So this is a very
Yeah.
common feature in all the compositions of Deekshita.
That's very-
Sometimes it's Pallavi itself, this Madhyama Kalam. Then sometimes, in some kriti, it can be in Anupallavi, sometimes in Charanam, or in all the three. So it depends. But this Madhyama Kalam, one, avartan of Sahityam will always be there in Deekshita.
Right.
Because it's very rare. There is no Madhyama Kalam, Sahityam.
In the Gurbani aspect, there are compositions which are very unique in the sense they're called Vaddi Choti Tintal. They would have Badi Tintal, which is Dha, Dhin, Dha, Dhin, Dhin, Dha, Dha, Din, Din, Ta, Takadhin, or Dha, Adhin, Kradhin, Din, whichever layer. And then it will be the Choti Tintal in Punjab. These are basically talas from Punjab structures. So Vaddi the Choti. One composition, Asthai in, it might begin in the Vaddi Tintal or Choti Tintal, and the Antara would be in the Vaddi Tintal. In the talas would change like that. And for example, there's one which talks of, I can give an example, many examples come to my mind. तोरो ताओ हम नहीं तोरे ता धीं धा धा धीं धा हाँ धीं धा धा धीं धा हा जी माधवे तो मन तोरो ताओ हम नहीं तोरे तुम स्यो तोर कवन स्यो जोरे तुम स्यो तोर कवन स्यो जोरे तुम स्यो तोर कवन स्यो जोरे जी माधवे तो मन तोरो ताओ हम नहीं तोरे. So this one, for example, is very, very interesting that it goes. And then the stanza changes, you know. Stanza changes. Madhave, tu man toro, tao hum nahi tore. जो तुम गिरवर ताओ हम मोरा. So the legend is जी माधवे तुम मन तोरो ताओ हम नहीं तोरे. This is छोटी तिनताल पंजाबी ठेका. And then ये तोरे जो तुम गिरवर ताओ हम मोरा जो तुम चंद सोम भय चकोरा जो तुम चंद तो भय चकोरा जी माधवे तो मन तोरा ताओ हम नहीं तो. Comes back. So the tal structure changes like that. There could be other examples I can give. For example, the one in Jogi Gali Jog Na Hoi Jogi Gali Jog Na Hoi Ek Drishti Kar Samsar Jana Jogi Kahi Soi. So see the first line of the asthai is the tha, the jor of that is in dugun. So Jogi Gali Jog Na Hoi. Tal is not changing here. It is the same Talwara Dhrupadangi. So Jogi Gali Jog Na Hoi. Jogi Gali Jog Na Hoi. Ek Drishti Kar Samsar Jana Jogi Kahi Soi. Jogi Kahi Soi. Jogi comes back, you know. So this is fantastic for me to see that the rhythm change within the the literature is changing. The compositions are. I don't know. Am I right in surmising that this is what you're telling, that within the same tala the sahitya is coming in the double pace and vilambit? Did I understand that right?
Where there are a lot of akars in other, like for example, like Deveshwari. So you can see the syllables are very few, but when the Madhyama Kalam comes, the words with there are more words.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That within the same cycle, there are double words or whatever. The pace changes.
Yes,
In the same tala, more words are within the same line. That's what I'm saying. So I understood that right, no? In that sense. That's fantastic to see that. And What else are you sharing of Muthuswami Dikshitar? अभी मिजाज है तो सुनाओ ना थोड़ा सा.
Uh, there is a very beautiful raga called Lalita.
I see.
Play that a little bit. Muthuswami Dikshitar is an ocean, you know.
I see.
One can never cover everything in 1 or 2 hours. See, there are any number of compositions, so on various themes. So I played one Navagrat. There are so many, but readily, you know, they are all long compositions.
I know.
So without practicing, I cannot, you know,
No,
it's not
something,
that
of course. I appreciate that. No, this is, it's more of a conversation today, so it's great to be enlightened about the musical structures and contribution.
You were asking me about the Mēlā kartas, you know. So, of course, there are individual kritis by Dikshitar and everybody. Tyagaraja, they composed. But there is a very fantastic, you know, one composition. Of course, we are going away from Dikshitar.
Doesn't matter. We're within the Carnatic Sangeet only. As long as you don't start playing Beatles for me, I'm okay with that.
The table demonstrated the Mēlā kartas. So, you know, that makes no sense unless a student of music who is keen to know every bit might have understood a little bit, or they will try to understand after hearing something. Some might like to know more about it. But there is one composition which is called a Mēlā Raga Malika.
Oh, I see.
Comprising all the 72 ragas. It's a fantastic composition.
Oh, really?
And I can play maybe one part or 2 parts. Because it's difficult to remember the entire thing. I have to just keep the notation also maybe to refer to, because I will try to play one chakra so that you know as a composition how it sounds. Here
we have Guru Gobind Singh wrote a Guldasta as well, you know. Guru Gobind Singh also wrote a Guldasta. Bajat Basantar Bhairav Hindol Rag Bajat hai Lalita ke Sangodhan. There's one old one which goes like Bajat Basantar Bajat Basante Bhairav Hindol Rag Bajat So, keeping it all, you know, this fantastic composition goes, it's all in the sa to pa. It's Guru Gobind Singh's Guldasta, and as the name changes, the rag is also changes. So that's fantastic. If you can share this Rag Malika with us, portion of it, very, very kind of you.
Yeah, it is, you know, very long, a little bit. I will just as a sample,
I see.
One chakra can show. And you know, here, the composer, it's a composition by Mahavaidyanatha Shivan. And he has composed this very interesting story.
Where was he from?
From
area.
Tiruviyar. Is the same place.
I see.
And he also comes from the lineage of Tyagaraja, you know, in the sense he has learned music from one of Tyagaraja's disciples. So
that's a direct lineage of Tyagaraja.
So he has composed this. It's a very challenging work, and you know, in 2 lines, he has brought out the Raga Swarupa, as we call, you know, an outline of the Raga, and also in the Raga lyrics, the name of the Raga also comes. It is not like just, you know, fixing the name somewhere, but it comes as a beautiful, meaningful line. So very beautifully he has composed, and the transition from one raga to another is so beautiful, and it looks very simple when you just hear it. Arey, itna hi hai, but when you actually try to sing or play, it is difficult because one miss here and there, it's a blunder. We make a mistake of the raga.
No,
So I just
that's
try a
very.
little bit.
I'm so grateful already. Yeah, that's very nice. I didn't know this, so thank you for telling me about this. I'm
Yes,
now very curious about discovering more about it. Yeah, learning more.
Sriraj, in Pallavi, this हमारा श्रीराज काफी अंक का है.
हाँ, हम भी गाते हैं, हमारा भी श्री राग काफी अंक का ही है.
One is you have the kafi young and one is that
The
Purvi
Purvi
young.
Mēlā, both, yeah, we have, yeah.
So this is the kafi ka janya. So this is derivative of our Karharapriya, one of the offshoots of Karharapriya. And in Dikshitar Padhati, he uses dha also. It comes like this.
Oh, that's very similar to us. We use the Sampuran Siri Raga. Yeah. In fact, in my conversation with Professor S.R. Janaki Raman, he was using very negligible Devata in the Sri Rag Kafi Mēlā version. So the one we use, it's quite a. I mean, it's not very prominent. It's not exaggerated, but it is present.
So it's only in Dikshitar school,
But in the Avroha, in the Anudat, only yes. Okay, yeah, it's a palette of that.
There's no driver.
Yeah.
Compositions you won't find.
But there is also a catch there, no? Because actually the raga, but we have also. I'm sharing with you something rare. The elders in my tradition, again reiterated by two references, Bhai Arjan Singh Talangad and Raja Mrigendra Singh of Patiala, is said that the actual raga exists in the what is the avroha, and most of all the ragmala ragas, for example, they all have they are orav and they, in the ascent. So the sampurna in the descent is an add-on. The actual raga is in the essence. The actual Shri would be Sare Mapani.
Yes.
Just that. And Gandhar and Dhaivat are, sort of, the Komal Nikhad as well. That is Anuvadi. They are the Anuvad, which is the translation in a way of the Vadi. So if you go back in time, the raga actually exists in the Aroha of that. Avroha is an add-on, is the Jod of that. So I don't disagree with Tyagaraja also. But then
if we use only Sani Pamari like in Auravi, like you said, Sari Mapani, Auravi, we have a different raga. We call it Madhyamauti.
No, but you're using the Komal Nikhad, no, in this?
Yeah, both in Shri and Madhyamauti, both Komal Nishad.
Because in the Shri that we do, in the ascent is Tivra Nikhad and the descent is Komal Nikhad for us.
Okay.
Yeah. So that is very, very, very interesting for us.
Ascent, descent, it is only Komal.
I see. That's also, in fact, when I sang at Harvalab, I only sang with the Komal Nikhad Shri. That also is there. I sang this one, Amar Jana Saga, but the Dhabata, Haili it goes like that. But then I used only the Komal Nikhad in that one. That's the very old version as well. That's fantastic. I'm so glad. Yes, you mentioned about Shri Raga.
The 72 Melakata, Shri means auspicious. The word Shri
is a raga of ragas. It's the king of all ragas. Yes.
So like,
Shri is also Narayan, the Khuda, the Parmeswara is also the Shri.
So there is a belief that, or a notion, I would say. Like here, there are a lot of ragas, in the 72 Melakarta scale, the dissonant notes. Meaning to say, Vivadi Mēlā.
Vivadi Swaras, yeah.
Ga and Ga becoming, so, what to say,
But
उसके लिए
but it's also the art of touching it, no? Like Basant, for example, the Shuddh Basant, it uses half intervals of ma 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 ka, the dono madhyams and the gandhar.
नहीं,
Um, there are,
like one is a bhashanga raga, that is different. Here, this is not two madhyams for sake of two rishabs for sake of two. There are ragas having two rishabs, there are ragas having two gandhars, there are ragas having two madhyams, but there are ragas having two dhaivats.
yeah.
But this is Melakarta scale when the another rishab comes, like it becomes gandhar. It is not considered. We have to sing it as ga. So both are Vivadi swaras here, both Nevat and in this Raga Kanakani. So like that, throughout, we get the Vivadi ragas. So uske liye, what to say, nullify the ill effect or whatever it is. Isko, like, if you play Shri, it becomes auspicious.
I see.
So always. So whenever, so that's how the opening of the song is. So here. First Mēlā. So this. It is, I'm playing na, but it is actually ni. Up to this first Kalakandi, now we are going to the next raga. So that, because as I said, the Purvam is the same in each group. So the other 6 ragas, the dhani keeps changing. So now.
क्या बात
So this is how the six ragas go. So he has composed two lines of beautiful lyrics, then one avartan of we call Chittaswaram, that is solfa notes. Sargam.
I see.
उसके बाद again we go back to the lyrical line. Then the next part is again half avartan of the already the raga which we are singing. Then the next raga half avartan, so that the transition is smooth.
Fantastic.
Then उसके बाद तो साहित्य के साथ जो line lyric के साथ आता है इसमें.
क्या
So
बात
this is how he has composed 72. It's one long composition.
क्या बात है How many ragas has he covered in this? All the 72 male kartas?
All the 72.
Wow, wow, wow. I'm now very curious. I want to listen to it all. Why don't you do one thing? It's my request, like log jahar request hai. Why don't you work on this, yaar? इसको करो ना, इसका थोड़ा मजा आएगा सुनेंगे. किसी दिन सुनाओ ना. सारा सुनाओ किसी दिन. That'll be fantastic.
Sure.
मजा आ गया. This is discovery for me. I didn't know about this. I mean, I don't know much about. I mean, I'm just an ignorant fellow within the field of music and culture. But
We don't know everything of Gurbani, so there is nothing like being.
that's very bad, huh? That's very bad because you don't know about Gurbani. That's very bad.
No, not everything.
But because I don't know much about Carnatic, it's okay. But because you don't know much.
So like this, it's a very beautiful composition. And like Mera Karta as a scale, it will just play like a table. It makes no sense. Nobody will understand it, like a boring maths class or
Arey,
something.
chodo, it's not boring. Come on. It's not boring at all. This is beautiful.
No. As a song, it becomes.
I know, I'm
more
kidding. Yeah. No, but these are marvels. This is heritage, This is what our heritage is. This is inheritance. This is intangible heritage. This is the sukshama and the abodh virasat of our civilization, entire world. In fact, these are grand contributions, and we should celebrate them.
Mammoth composition, it's something very unique.
Yeah. Or up yeah.
Yes, you were saying something?
No, I was talking about your teachers. When you went from your first teacher to the second teacher and the third teacher, I mean with Narayanaswami, what was your experience? What was your age at the time when you went to him?
Yeah, I was just about 13
13.
or so, when I went to K.S. Narayanaswami sir.
Uh-huh.
Because my earlier teacher, she moved out of Mumbai. I, grew up in Mumbai. I was born there, and till my schooling, I was in
Look at
Mumbai.
that.
Then I
I
now.
always suspected you're a fake Carnatic person because you born in Mumbai, you're in Delhi, you're our Hindustani guy, you're North Indian. You're not South
Oh,
Indian.
but
We don't now we will not
I,
disown you. We'll now own you 100%. मुंबई में पढ़ी शुरू में और दिल्ली में आकर बसी फंसी और नोएडा में यमुना के पार दिस you're a पक्का नॉर्थ इंडियन.
I never said
I am
that.
not now fooled by your sari colors, by the bindi, and I'm gonna make an advertisement now. I'm gonna prepare a special, advertisement
What
in
if I
in all the top papers
study?
that Saraswati is a North Indian person.
So
ਸਾਡੇ
what?
ਪੰਜਾਬ
So
ਦੀ ਹੈ,
that
ਦਿੱਲੀ ਦੀ ਕੁੜੀ ਹੈ.
alive, and I'm maintaining the tradition. Can be anybody. See, music has no
I know,
geographical or
of
language
course,
barriers.
that's true.
Wherever you are, you maintain the purity and the tradition,
Yeah,
which
yeah,
is the most important thing.
absolutely,
So,
absolutely.
coming back
Coming
to
to
my
Narayan Swami,
thing.
yes, tell us about his teaching style and
So,
his lineage as well.
yeah, she moved out of Mumbai, so that was the time exactly just around that time. Narayan Swami sir, came from Trivandrum. He was heading the Swati college there. So I think probably he retired, and then he came to Mumbai, and he started teaching in with Shanmukhananda, Sangeeta Sabha. They have a big music school, and he was there. And prior to that, I had always heard him on the radio. And after he moved to Mumbai, a couple of concerts. So I was always like, it was my dream that I should learn from him. So that's how, I'm also, otherwise, normally we don't change our gurus, just like that. Because when my first guru taught me so much. So since she moved out, so I had to, look at somebody else. So when I went to K.S. Narayan Swami sir, my father took me. I was a small girl, and he was taking classes, and all,
But wait
grown
a
up
minute,
ladies.
wait a minute. Your father took you. So it was your dad's choice he chose the teacher, or was it your mom's choice to have you study with
No,
Vidwan
not
Kesan?
like that. It was we discussed, and
Ah,
then we
okay.
went. It's just that my father took me because I couldn't
I
have
see.
gone to a new, guru, and of that
No,
stature,
of course, of course.
So, when I went with my father, the classes were going on. We were just sitting, and
No, my question was not about who actually took you there. In the sense, the
uh,
choice of
the
was it
choice
because your
was
mom was quite interested in your musical learning? Was it your mom who
no,
chose that you study with him, or was it your dad, or is it a
I,
collective decision?
no, I chose.
I
I
see.
wanted. Yeah.
I see.
I wanted to learn, yes.
I
So
see.
that's how, we went there, and he asked us to sit till the classes were over. My said, will you come, like, what can I do for you? So my father said, this is my daughter. I want you to, accept her as your disciple and teacher. So he looked at me. He said, I don't teach.
Disapprovingly?
Yeah. Then he said, I don't teach, elementary lessons also, and for small kids. Then my father said, just hear her, ask her to play something, you just hear her and you guide us what we should do. Then I played something, he liked it so much that he took me in the senior most group.
What did you play? Do you remember?
I don't remember.
Come
I don't remember.
on. How can
I
you
played,
forget it?
he appreciated it so much. Then he was very happy to accept me as his disciple.
Look at that.
And
But you
he
don't remember what
took
you
me
played.
levels. He took me with the senior most. So they were all ladies about 35, 40 years and all. I was only, one with a skirt or something, going for my class. And I was also very childish. I didn't know the greatness of a guru or I used to just be, in my own, what to say. I used to have,
Did the aunties sit in your class scowl at you? How dare this girl come and sit? Or were they very
no, no,
loving? Were
just
they
very positive.
affectionate? Very affectionate.
No, very, very affectionate.
I see.
Very. One thing, that way with my earlier first guru also, I was the first kid to whom she had taught. Others were all kind of grown up. So they always used to appreciate and they used to love, and after their class they would sit and listen to me and then only go.
But isn't it a double benefit? Like you have a grand teacher, but then to have senior Guru Bhais and Guru Bhans, you benefit so many ways, no?
Yeah, so they used to sit and listen to what I am playing, and after I started playing, many young girls of my age started learning from my teacher.
I see.
So that's when suddenly from those elderly, say mid 20s, 25s, it suddenly became all 12, 14 like that. Young girls started learning.
I
So
see.
it was very nice that youngsters to take.
So tell us about the practice, at the feet of Narayan Swamiji. How was it like? Do you remember how he taught? What was it? How he focused on sargams or compositions, kritis?
Only compositions, no sargam. I was in the senior most group. I didn't
I
go
see.
as a beginner. I never went.
But
See,
you'd already studied some. So in the sense that he assumed that you already had done the miles.
So almost, like the kritis
So it
that
was
I
the
played,
kritis.
like
I see.
like taught me, one of those big kritis of Dikshitar and all these things.
How long?
I started
How long
learning.
do you remember his style? What was his particular? Do you have a memory of what was his uniqueness?
Style as I play. See, what happens is each one, at some point evolves,
Yeah.
So it won't
Do you
be a
remember anything
carbon
particular
copy.
about? No, I understand. But I'm talking about if you can emulate something that he, excelled
Yeah.
at, something that he preferred, an elaboration or a variation that he liked, or an emphasis that he made in a composition. Do you remember any memory, any sort of narrative that you can share with us of him?
That I don't think there was any such thing because he was a very big man. He was
I see.
already a Padma Bhushan or something. He was a very big guru at
I
that
see.
time. So we were all chickpits. I was so as good as nothing there. So I could never open my mouth except I used to just giggle and be happy. And people used to appreciate me. Some auntie would bring me a chocolate and give
I see.
it very well. That's why I enjoyed all these, special privileges. Of course, he was happy and he was very fond of me. He used to, he never used to openly appreciate. He was a very gentle and a quiet person, not the talkative or anything. But
see.
his, glance and his smile would say it, that he is in appreciation of what you're doing. He is appreciating your playing, and encouragement. That was very nice. And of course, I didn't know what to ask, or I was too small when all the other people were sitting quiet. I could never ask anything. So I used to practice well, and we used to go and play, which he was very happy.
But were the seniors, the culture in the class, those who were much older, was it like a monologue that he's coming teaching? Were all the advanced students who were older would ask? What was it like in the classroom? And that you would have, of course, benefited from the questions that others may have asked. Or was it just practice, and practice?
If somebody didn't understand something, they would ask, can you show us once again? So he would play that and show us. Like, मुझे ये बात समझ में नहीं आई, आप एक और बार explain करते. That kind of a interaction, because nobody had the guts, He was not a tough person or anything. He was the most sweetest and gentlest person.
You mean no scolding, no beating, nothing?
Huh?
You mean no beating, no scolding?
Not at all. Far from all those things. He was the sweetest, In fact, he never used some. I didn't have certain etiquette. Like those days, I used to keep on chewing a lot of chewing gum. So one class, so I used to always keep munching like that. Others, they used to feel a bit awkward about my doing it, but I never bothered. I used to continue.
Did you play naughty with the chewing gum? Was there aunties and others who messed with you and you did something with the chewing gums?
Absolutely.
No confessions to make?
Absolutely. He was the greatest guru, always had so much respect for him and his playing.
Yeah.
And I think he was following the Kanjo style, you know.
Do you remember any memory of a composition that you studied with him?
Yeah, I'm so many. There are so many Janani Minula.
Can you play something dedicated to him today?
But it won't be the same.
No, it's okay. I mean, you're the one that he taught. Of course, you've spent decades now.
Mama Sada Janani Kannada. Like there are certain things that I have learned.
That you,
but the most important thing here is the composition. The techniques were beautiful. Very, you know, the Gayaki style, all those things, you know.
Yeah.
Which were,
that's my point. So tell us how it was. Yes. Yeah.
See, a lot of curves, you know, less of plucking. See, it's not that we cannot pluck faster or in our style. It's just that, you know, we want to retain the beauty of
They're both. I mean, yeah. Both are important. Sometimes there's a pluck, the zarb which is given, and at times it is elongated, depending. Yeah.
It's very important. Like for Tanam, you know, Veena is very special and specific to Tanam playing. That is the jod. So in that we can do all circles, jaise marzi, you know, to use as many plugs, slow, medium, fast, you know, all that we can show on that. But, you know, as a composition, if I am playing Akhilandeshwari, you know, too much of Kantakari doesn't help there.
I see.
So it has to be.
Can you show us? Can you show us, please? दिखाइए ना कुछ. बात तो से मत बनाइए हमें, कुछ दिखा के बनाइए, खिलाइए कुछ.
क्योंकि ना वैसे बजाना नहीं आएगा because I'm used to playing.
No, fair enough. Yeah, that's what I want you to play how you play. Yeah.
I can do that, but you know what I played before is more sublime. Don't you think it's more?
I'm not judging. That's your judgment. I enjoy both.
No, in a particular composition, I'm saying I'm not talking bad of.
No, I'm not talking about that because I play the taus, you know, with the bow. I play the rabab, for example. You know, I'm not talking about anybody else. I'm talking about myself. Because the bow, for example, when you pull, it's one length and you play the same line, but then you cut with the bow. I mean, you make a katao with the bow or with the rabab. So I enjoy both in the sense that from that perspective, I'm talking.
You know, for example, I played this line, something here. So wherever the size in the syllable is there, I'm plucking there. Yeah. If so many occurs like in Akhilandeshwari, it's a very vilambit kriti. So
for example, in our, you know, my granduncle, Bhai Baldeep Singh, he was my teacher of the string instrument, right? He taught me the idea of the dilruba, the actual intricacies, you know, and the hand movement. And when I was like barely, you know, he gifted me his dilruba, which has been stolen by the Punjab police cops among the other destruction that was done, that is missing from 1948. Ricky Ram had made it. Now, in that, we're still finding, I'm going to even find the ashes, if at all, wherever it is. The idea in R when we play the Shabad Reets or old Drupads is to do the katav of the Akshara.
Yes.
So that is how Pitaji, he was an outstanding taus player, and you know, your senior colleague from the radio, Shri O.P. Mohanji, you know, played the Dilruba and the sitar. I was very close to him, my elder cousin, very elder cousin, Balbir Singh Kalsi from the All India Radio, who's a producer at Jalandhar. He's the one who suggested that I go and study. He said he's an amazing person and so on and so forth. And I loved him. So all of that when we work, and O.P. Mohanji would tell me of the times in late 40s, you know, later 40s when Bhai Avatars as a young guy would come to All India Radio Jalandhar, that they would, after the program, they would have him sit under the tree in the garden outside in the lawns and have him play the taus. They said we would be amazed by that. So Bhai Avatar was that big. Sadly, in the early 50s, then when he shifted to Delhi, he did not play the taus anymore. But Later on, in the end, I coaxed him back into playing. That please show how would you play it and so on. And he picked it up towards the last. In the last years, he was playing the taus as well. But the katav is again when you're playing the shabad reeds. If there are compositions which are, let's say, only the sargams or lehras, it's different. But if you're playing on the taus or the rabab, the shabad reeds, then the katav is done of the word and the meaning and the stretch. So I don't know how it is. There are ways again to do one bow and do the whole akshara. Otherwise, there would be multiple bows to emphasize that. So that is my idea or our idea from the Gurbani Sangeet perspective of emphasizing doing the katav. How is it for you?
Yeah. The thing is here, we strictly follow the sahityam. So wherever there is a syllable, suppose if it is too much of akar in between, we do have to put a stroke, but that should be minimal.
Yeah.
But whereas when we are playing only the solfa passages, for example, so you pluck every note.
Yeah.
There is a need
so you practice like that. Yeah, of course.
We don't do all that. We also do when Tanam is there. Or any raga, we keep, fun. Hemavati. So, when there is need, we pluck. When there is no need, we do.
बजाओ बड़ा मजा आ रहा है यार. क्या बात है. वाह यही अंक चलिए जारी रखिए.
This is called Hemavati.
क्या बात है. क्या बात है वाह 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 कितना बजाती हो रोज हाउ लॉन्ग डू यू प्ले नाउ
It depends. It depends. There is no particular
did you play
time
more
where
when you were working for the All India Radio or are you getting more time to play now after retirement
no, I see. Then also I was practicing. Now also I practice, but there are some priorities, So based on that, so those days when I was going to All India Radio, I had to devote some amount of time to office, to home, and my practice. Now I'm at home, but I have my aged father who is
oh,
102
that's true
years
yeah how
old.
is he doing
Yeah, he's fine, but age takes a toll on
I
everybody.
know yeah
So the weakness associated with age is there. So he is not as agile. Even though he is very mobile, he is able to walk by himself. All that he does, he is able to eat. Everything he does on his own. But we have to keep an eye on him because of the age.
I wish him
So,
the best
so
and to come back to the learning then you went
yeah,
to Shri T as Raghavan
yeah.
was it simultaneous or it was after your stint of learning with Narayanaswami?
No, after learning from Gurū Nānak Dēv, we moved to Delhi. See, till
Oh,
then
I
we were
see.
in
So
Mumbai.
that's the transition part. Okay.
Again, 1973. So since then, I've been in Delhi. So I was always, fond of the Gayaki style. So I wanted to learn in the same, way. So Guru T.S. Raghavan was not a Veena player. He was a
I see.
vocalist.
Yeah,
He used to sing. I used to play.
I see.
So So that's why, the importance is always, exactly the way it is sung, it has to be reproduced on the Veena. Or the other way around also, since we have been talking of Muthuswami Dikshitar, for your information, all the three people, the Trinities, they were great Vainikas. And Muthuswami Dikshitar was the greatest amongst the three
I
in
see.
Veena. Because, we've always seen with the Veena, other two are always seen with the Tanpura, but they also knew to play Veena.
Yeah,
So Veena, because it's a kind of an aid, it helps in certain, the nuances and subtleties, you can get only on the Veena. So, Muthuswami Dikshitar, he says, Vainika Gayaka.
I
That
see.
is sung from the Veena, Vainika Gayaka. So, ours is a Vainika Gayaka style.
I see.
Yes. So, we have to sing on the Veena. The Veena has to sing for us. Because I have a very bad voice, so it's...
What is your memory? Do you have like one or two or three? I mean, of course, my own experience is there are so many wonderful moments when you
Yeah.
study with grand teachers, grand elders. There's not one, but if you can think of one thing that something from T.S. Raghavan, is something that he enjoyed singing or and that can you share something that you
Sure. See, again with T.S. Raghavan sir, also it so happened that, when my father approached him, he said, he had never taught a
we
student playing Veena. So he was basically a vocalist. So my father said, anyway, don't have any inhibitions. You come one day to our house, just have a cup of, spend some time with us, and hear my daughter also play the Veena. So then he heard me playing the Veena, he liked it. Then he sang, then I reproduced exactly what he sang. So he was very happy. That is, instruments, what happens is if you're not good enough to catch in techniques and to play certain things by hearing, then somebody has to play and show it. Like I have to play and show it to my students, play this phrase like this. If this is difficult, I give them an alternate choice to, simplify it and play something. But whereas, he was just singing, I used to play. So he couldn't believe that, okay, then he thought this is something, I'm getting such a, wonderful student where, I don't have to actually, he was
Listen,
so vocal, he had
listen,
got,
listen. You're praising yourself. I'm going to ask your dad. I'm going to ask your dad now because I think you're changing something in the story. I think that you were taught because you were not good. You're adding something. You're coloring something there. I'm going to ask your dad.
please do ask him. He really liked my playing and he was, happy that, I can play. So he felt that he can take me as his
Yeah,
disciple.
yeah.
The idea
No,
was
no. I mean, jokes apart. One of my
there to
experiences,
teach.
one of my experiences, working with you in the sense that I always would be so dissatisfied
Ah,
having with the idea of accompaniment. For example, if you can just demonstrate, if you can put the tanpura, whatever note it
yeah.
is, can you put it on? Can we do a small
Flat,
experiment?
flat.
Pardon?
Straight. Tanpura,
Yeah,
the
just a bit.
straight.
Wherever you are. Yeah, wherever you are. Yeah. So if you can just a demonstration, if I may,
Yeah.
I'll just say something and then as we used to when we used to perform together. I guess Mal कौन सा? So I'm missing it already. It's going to be so wonderful.
Why don't you sing a small Shabad though, or something?
Oh,
I
you
will
want me to
just
sing
compliment
something? Okay. इसी में चलते हैं भगत नामदेव. My granduncle Bhai Avtar used to sing it so well. मोको तार ले रामा. 2 4 मात्रे का ध्रुपद है. 1 2 3 4. मोको तार ले रामा तार ले मोको तार ले रामा तार ले. मैं जान जन तर बेना जानो. मैं जान जन तर बेना जानो. बाप बिठला बांधे मोको तार ले रामा तार ले मोको तार ले रामा. जहाँ अनरते सुर होए जात ने वख में सतगुर बोध सिखलाई. नरते उपजे स्वर्ग काओ जीते सोम खाद मैं पाई. सोम खाद मैं पाई. मोको धार ले रामा तार ले.
Your voice is not coming.
Oh, it's not coming?
Yeah, and it was breaking. Now it is completely not coming.
I see. It must be the connection issue. I think it's two voices. They overlap in a way. If I speak even va in between, in the early Baiṭhaks, I used to, if I would say va, then I would hear it later, or I would get a feedback.
It is breaking.
I would get a feedback that whenever I say utter va in between. That's why when you're playing, I don't say va anymore because it cancels the voice from the other end. Anyway, I didn't mean to. My voice is all like hoarse because of not sleeping enough, curating this. I have no, and I was listening to Tanpura from your end, so I have no idea if I was even in tune or not.
The only thing is it was breaking in between, then suddenly it became, blank. There was no sound coming.
I hope my voice was not too horrible, or my singing is very bad anyway. I don't know how to sing anyway, so.
Oh, I don't believe that.
अरे कुछ तो praise करो. I'm just coaxing a praise out of you. Come on. I'm
Hey,
showing
वही तो बोल रहे हैं।
I'm showing fake humility.
बोला, आपसे सुना है,
I'm showing fake humility, you see. अजी मुझे तो कुछ नहीं आता जी, बस अल्लाह ही अल्लाह है. तो उसका मतलब होता है you have to say अरे नहीं नहीं आपके जैसा तो कोई है ही नहीं दुनिया में.
कोई नहीं है. हाँ, बहुत बढ़िया. That was nice. Really
No,
nice.
I miss that. I mean,
Because I so many times, so I don't have to compliment you today because only half I heard, half I couldn't hear because the sound was not there.
अरे चलो आधा compliment ही दे दो ना.
It has to be only as much as I heard. I can compliment you.
But it used to be. I think we should plan again to do something
Yeah, yeah.
together. We had planned to even record, blah blah blah. But it's all sort of. I get as a conservator, it's a different life, recovering and archiving. Setting up a conservatory. So it's not just about my own recordings of music. So that is something that is. Not allowed me to, do things as we had originally envisaged. But we did some. We did many, many concerts. Um, and then, well, see, you didn't compliment, and Harbhajan just said that it was lovely. You're such a miser,
Oh,
Saraswati. You're such a miser. You can't even say one good praise about me.
I want others also to compliment you.
अच्छा मेरे गाने से people would be so bored with my singing. What are you in a mood to play one thing more before we call it an evening? I know you would be. It's dinner time for you. It's almost 8. It's past 8:30.
I know for my dinner, I just need to see my father. That is all.
I know,
Maybe
I
I
know.
just play one. Uh,
Something that you feel like sharing with us, and then we'll
yeah.
let you attend to your dad. And do give my regards to him. I have
So,
wonderful, wonderful memories
I
of
told
laughing
him,
and teasing him as well.
no, no, I told him we thought you're coming here.
I see.
So I said, oh, nobody can come or go anywhere. So he's at his place, I'm here. So that is how it is.
Yeah.
So,
That's true, yeah. Do give my regards to him as well.
oh, that's good. He remembers you very well and he knows. Some of your things, he is little short of hearing these days, but when I keep watching the program, I sit next to him and
I
watch,
see, I
So
see.
he's,
Oh, that's so nice.
so, yeah.
I'm
So
so glad
because,
to hear that.
yes, you should. Something, I think I just end with this because this is Sri Raj. इसी
वंडरफुल
में end करो
और एंड
तो वो
करो
मंगल
पर जल्दी मत करना, आराम से बजाओ यार, आराम से.
अच्छा
हाँ मतलब भाग जाओ पर इतनी जल्दी भी नहीं.
So what I can do is I play very our tradition, Veena tradition, playing a Tanam in Dhanaraga Panchakam. That is the 5 ragas, like
Wonderful.
Ragmala it comes, and the Karaikudi style from where the first teacher was. So it used to be a speciality,
I see.
the playing the Tanam. These 5 ragas, Saint Tyagaraja has composed the Pancharatna Kritis in these ragas, Nattai, Gaulai, Aradhi, Varali, Shri.
I see.
So it is called Dhana Raga Panchakam. Dhana means heavy weight. So, and it's a practice, to play Ragamalika, Tanam or Veena, particularly Dhana Raga Malika, Panchakam. So I just play that
That'll
and
be
end it with
fantastic. Yeah,
flute.
that's very kind.
So first is Natak. Again, this is a Vibhagi. The Re is Shashruti Rishabh.
All those hidden mechanical keys.
No, the other one would have been even worse. I would have had to constantly, filling with it. At least here, it's not so much. It's quite crowded. This is for Arabic. This is called Barani. I think it's a Vivadi. Here, like, Shuddha Rishabh becomes Ganga.
क्या बात है, वाह वाह वाह. Thank you so very much, Saraswati, for taking time out today.
Pleasure is mine because there was a lot of learning from you.
I enjoyed teasing you after a long time.
Yes, yes.
I was very nasty. वो तो हमारी लड़ाइयाँ तो खैर चलती रहती हैं. I will never accept the modification of the instrument, but not just by you, by anybody. You see, I've seen the death of Rabab, in the name of innovation. I've seen the death of Hindustani Rabab, and the Sarod has taken over. Everybody started playing Sarod as if somehow, मतलब कोई जन्नत जल्दी मिल जाए है. मतलब जो legacy of instrument, instrument like the Hindustani Rabab, hundreds and hundreds of years, instrument played by the likes of Tansen and originally called Rudrabeen, Swami Haridas, Bhai Mardana, several gurus, Bhagat Kabir, all dead. Just because some metal string and metal plate comes in, some convenience of not changing gut strings every now and then. I mean, and legacy is Zamana died at our hands in the last 100, 120 years, 50 years.
My request, you have to craft one Veena for me.
I want to craft, but I'll make two, I'll give you one and I'll keep one.
It should not,
My instruments are very, very good. Yeah. But the Punjab police have stolen even the reamers, with which I used to make the. I have to. बेचारों को मालूम नहीं है, I'm coming to get everything, from them. नहीं तो उनको सबको बंदों को मैं अपने ऑफिस में, मुफ्त में नौकरी लगाऊंगा ताकि वो सीखें, कुछ अकल आएगी कि विरासत होती क्या है. What is heritage and what is conservation? That how can you not destroy the nation's intangible wealth? But I'll have to get new tools. Go ahead.
So, if somebody is able to craft one beautiful Veena for me, I'll be the happiest person. Which should be travel friendly, plus
this I don't accept this travel friendly. उस ज़माने में, in an age when it was so difficult, no pakka roads, and these uncles and aunties of ours, 100, 200, 500,000 years, they carried these instruments with them. Bhai Mardana carried. Now we've all the comfort of travel, and we travel from here to New York in less than 24 hours. And then we want to nakras. Oh, it's so difficult to travel. Oh, mamma mia. It's such a headache. Come on.
No, it is very delicate that, there are more chances of getting damaged, and it has happened also not with me alone, with many of the artists. And these are instruments we can't even get it there, when far away like that. It's so difficult.
You should carry them as people carry their cellos, inside. Get a second seat and travel. People should understand. I mean, it is also the organizers should understand. It is not just the musician. The organizers have to understand that if you want to have.
No, there was a time when I have carried, those days the security was not so much an issue. Any empty seat next, we have placed the Veena. It was never in the luggage. We didn't have any boxes. Just like that, I have carried my Veena to so many places. By air, by train, I have carried by air. I never had a box, but things have changed now, in the name of security. You can't
but one has now to, they don't allow because one has to buy a ticket. Like I've carried sometimes the Rabab or the Tanpura, I've had to purchase a second seat. Or if this Rabab fortunately, or some of the instruments that I carry come in the overhead bin. So depends, it is an issue. Yeah.
If you buy a seat also, you have to, this cannot protrude above your seat. So it's like, a person sitting, whatever is the height.
I understand. Yeah, I understand.
Those rules are there. Yeah. It's not by seat alone.
Yeah.
There are other things. Because I saw when you're talking about cello, one trip when I was coming back from the US, one musician group were traveling with me on the same flight back from Dubai to India, I think. They had come on a concert tour, and one person had a cello. He had bought a ticket for cello and he plays it very nicely, rightfully, because they had purchased the ticket. But the air hostess came and said, you can't keep it like that, you have to keep it under, because it is based on the safety of other passengers. If some jerk or because of the turbulence, it can fall down on anybody's head or anywhere in the front or at the back, so you cannot keep it. So
Yeah, there's
There
a
are
way
not,
to do it, but yeah, it's a difficult. Yeah, it's an idea. Is
yeah,
difficult to travel.
but lately,
Otherwise take a ship.
हाँ, नहीं यहाँ तो हम इसी में बजाते हैं
I
हमेशा
know, I'm
ऐसे।
kidding. But
Yeah.
bottom line is that I'm sort of allergic to
No, everybody's
modifications or simplifications, and वो लड़ाई हमारी जारी रहेगी, वो खत्म होने वाली नहीं है. We can settle it right now. You can give 20,000 excuses. I will have 30,000 questions and
okay.
pushbacks. So let us not get. This was only meant to tease you, and you know that I don't let go of my teases,
Yes, yes. No,
howsoever
but
baseless they may be.
if there is a way to have an instrument without all these things, I'll be very happy, because
Now we'll do something. Yeah, we'll do something. I'm gonna make a twin, and I'll only lend it to you.
okay, fine. So हर बारी I'll borrow it from
No, no,
you.
no. It'll remain with you, but it'll be
That's fine.
lent.
Okay, fine. See, I want to play
But
it where
don't
I
break
can
it. Don't break it like the Punjab police smashed it with their feet, huh?
That is very bad. You must sue them for that.
No, no. वो
Absolutely.
मेरा लंबा रोमांस है उनसे. वो चलता रहेगा. You see how things are. If you say something, civil unrest follows. These people have no idea that I don't want to recover Punjab's cultural, heritage. I don't want to usher in an era of cultural resurgence and renaissance on a foundation which is, built on hatred. A foundation which is ingredients are hatred and blood and ego. That is not how you usher in cultural resurgence. It has to
I
be
know
built
how much.
on honor and dignity, respect and love for heritage. That's my battle. That's why I'm not winking at a few. Otherwise, those guys would have, would have been, thrashed very well. I've told no, 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 no. That's not the way to do it, because I don't want. Punjab has lost enough. Punjab has seen enough bloodshed because of egos. The country has lost because of egos and one-upmanship, or we are better than the other. We are better than the other. I think we need to change. The ones if I've suffered the losses of an entire work of 33 years, and if I don't succeed in recovering, even the losses, the entire Gursikh heritage may have been lost forever. Because it's not a dead museum. I'm trying to recover, sustain a living heritage. And it's a near fatal, attack. So people,
We are very poor.
it requires on my part to show or to display that honor and dignity with which I want to recover, on the way in which I want to rebuild or to usher in this era of Basant, as I say, कि फिर से बसंत आए, बहार आए पंजाब में भी, वो जहाँ सारे वेद लिखे गए, ज्ञान लिखा गया, जो सारा हिंदुस्तान पढ़ता है, वो तो शागिर्द है. हमारे जो पंजाब की तवारीख है, सप्त सिंधु कहते थे, पंचनद कहते थे. आज जो मर्जी अंगड़ाइयाँ लेके चले, वो तो वही है. Anyway, बातें तो चलती रहेंगी. Thank you so very much, Saraswati. I cannot thank you enough.
I think with you, exchanging notes with you, musical notes, information, it was wonderful.
Oh,
And
did you just praise me?
I really enjoyed it, and बहुत अच्छा लगा. और thank you so much for remembering me.
Oh no, how could I have? I wouldn't have. We were supposed to talk anyway one of these days, and we did. I wouldn't do this series with some conversations, and you're one of them.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to some of my other
Actually,
friends I've had over the years. Yeah.
compliment you because you utilize the entire lockdown period so wonderfully by being in music, exchanging ideas. It's a very beautiful thing because I've been following most of the programs I've seen with the world-class jazz players, saxophone players, and from all over, the Kavals, then Clarinet, so many great artists you've been featuring in your each day's program. So it has been very wonderful. It's just that some of the days I couldn't manage to do the entire program, but whenever it has been possible, I have been hearing all that has been going on. And it's been a very good initiative by you, and very positively looking at the present scenario and utilizing the time beautifully. So wonderful, and wish you best for the ongoing series, whatever has to come the next few days. So I wish you best. I'm sure it will be equally interesting.
So you
And
just praised the series. So you did praise me.
पहले आप ही को प्रेस किया उसके बाद में सीरीज आप ही तो कर रहे हैं तो आई प्रेस यू ओनली इनडायरेक्टली और डायरेक्टली इट इज यू
But my problem is कि बड़ी कंजूसी से तारीफ कर रही हो.
कंजूसी ने बहुत
मतलब
दिल से मैंने तारीफ कर दिया, बहुत बढ़िया शुरू, सबसे शुरुआत ही वहीं से किया.
अच्छा, पंजाबी बोल के तो सुना दे कुड़िए.
बाद में अगली बात.
इतने साल दिल्ली रही है, पंजाब दा पानी पीता है, तो तू पंजाबी नहीं बोल दी कुड़िए.
बोल लेंगे, समझ रही है, बहुत बड़ी बात है. आप एक शब्द तमिल का बोल के दिखाइए ना.
इल्ले बोल दिया. है तो तमिल ना. तुम अब पंजाबी का बोल के सुनाओ. सत श्री अकाल is संस्कृत, no?
ठीक है, but it is more, the greetings are in Punjabi. People greet each other like this.
Anyway, this is beautiful. Anyway, thank you so much for taking up my regards. Give a hugger to your dad and a
Yes,
scowl to your husband.
Yes, sure.
How would you scowl at him? Have you ever practiced? How do you scowl at him?
No, never.
Never. Look, this is very bad. I have to, I have to give you a crash course.
Sure. ठीक है, इसी बहाने घर आइए आप. 2 साल मिल जाएगा. और आजकल सुना है आप कॉफी भी पीते हो, तो कॉफी भी पिला दूंगी.
हाँ, कॉफी भी पीता हूँ मैं.
कॉफी
चाय में, कॉफी और चाय में नहाता हूँ आजकल तो मैं.
South Indian coffee I'll give you. Please come.
Sure. It'll be a pleasure.
Maria.
Yes.
And they are doing well, and they are safe in Italy.
They're doing well, yeah. Caught up, lockdown, they're studying, poor guys.
Yes.
All right.
Difficult times, so now.
And how are your daughters?
Huh?
How
They
are
are
your
fine.
daughters?
Absolutely.
Give
They
my
are fine.
regards to them. Are they listening today, or they don't care?
They know it. Maybe they might, but it's
They still
about
listen to
it.
you. They're not bored listening to their mom. My sons don't even care what I do.
No, they would have heard. If they are bored, they would have just put it off. That's all.
Are they approving of your musicianship, or they have their naksada attitudes?
They are very happy. They enjoy it.
But does any one of them play seriously, or?
I taught them. My younger daughter was very interested, but it's just that the studies and other things overtook, so she had to give up this.
I see.
One day she says she will play the Veena. She will at least learn, not just for her own, happiness and satisfaction. She wants to play.
I see. Chalo, that's lovely. My regards to your family, and also thank you so much for being part of the Anād Foundation's family and YaarAnād family, and
my thanks to all the viewers for bearing
and
with us for such a long time, and it has been quite a long, lengthy session, I think.
Many elders have joined. Professor Rabindra Basavada, from Ahmedabad, he was the director of conservation. He took your side, by the way, huh? He took your side. He says, with all my apologies to you, Bhai Ji, I would always respect the musicians' own preference about their own instruments. Ultimately, each one has one's own unique idiom and affinity for their music. And as a listener, would love to enrich our taste and knowledge with their unique expression. Of course, I am nobody but my humble view. So he took your side with regards to my early look at that, look at that. The kind of quality friends you have and admirers, you all gang up against me. Look at that. And to lose Professor Rabindra Vasavada from my side is a devastating loss. So I'm gonna have to call and fight with him. Right? How did you take Saraswati's side? You had to be on my side. So anyway, he was there. He of course sent you regards. Many elders, Professor Principal Prem Singh. The artist. I had the fortune of having him in conversation the other day. He of course has. He wrote something very beautiful as well. Let me see if I can find that. Normally, I don't interrupt in between. He says, "Making strings breathe and sing is a blessed gift." I thought that was very beautiful. And then he continues saying, "Lalit Kala, Sangeet, Nritya, Natak, Sahitya are Panch Tattva for soul."
Yeah.
And of course, from the Kabula Sharif, from Pakistan, the other alumni of the YaarAnād, Virtual Baithak Series, Riaz Ali Qadri ji also joined in little later, and he was very sad that he couldn't join earlier. And many friends, and you will see the comments, but I'm just sharing some who've been part of the series, and many students of mine, friends of mine, who are both social media friends and otherwise, and many. There's somebody called Rajagopalan Ramdurai. Who's that person? Do you know this Rajagopalan Ramadurai?
पता है लगा कि कौन है करके.
Do you know this person?
Yeah, I think so.
Who's he?
What has he written? First you tell me that, then I say who is he.
You have to tell me before.
So,
He says it was a lovely evening, he says. But he was pointing towards my interaction, not towards you.
ठीक है, you take the compliments. दे दिया हमने, साथ में मेरा भी मिला के दे दिया.
कौन है ये वैसे? तुम्हारे, it's something similar, your name, Rajagopalan. Is he related?
Yeah, I think so.
Give the bloody banker my respects.
Okay.
And tell him I'm jealous of him because he eats all the dosas and all the idlis and all the everything and gets all the chai. Look at that.
Yeah, let the situation improve, you must.
All right then. Lots of love to you guys. Bye. Yeah.
So much. It was a wonderful evening and very memorable, and it was lovely, sometimes the 15-minute interviews, you don't get to understand anything. At least we had an argument, we agreed on certain points, we didn't. It was a good...
It's a conversation. Let's say घर में बैठ के बात करते हैं आपस में आदान प्रदान. So it's a different concept. It's not even an interview. It's not an interrogation. It's a discussion. Jैसे these are like unplugged, Let's say.
You're linking it somewhere to Radhamani and the old traditions. So it was very nice, that way, very educative and informative.
And this discourse has gone missing, because initially knowledge cannot be an item. It's not it's not like window shopping. Now we are spoiled now. If we either see it cat walking in a privileged, in an exclusive, it's like a syndicate. Those who control the concert circuits. And if you want to enter, it's not on quality, it's on who knows who. So it's something that I've rebelled against. That's why I'm not seen in the best way to rebel is to say thank you very much, I'm not interested. Right? And if I don't like an idea, I don't participate in it, I seldom. And that there's so much to do in terms of conservation. It is one to build one's own career, but it's another to recover a near extinct civilization. It's a total different purpose in life, but
once it's done, everything will become extinct and obsolete.
Yeah,
There is no
exactly. You see, a culture cannot be subsumed by a career of a musician. A socio-cultural reality is bigger than. It can be all musicians, artists, expressionists, if I may. writers, poets put together, combined together, and yet a civilization should be bigger. But we have now an era where somebody becomes a mega star or a superstar, and they think they are it. That whatever they think, whatever they say is the Indian culture, Indian civilization, or idea of Indian music or idea of Indian literature. I think the greatest stars are those who give us the lens, the eyes to see what else is there, not just what they are, what they have become by some arrangement, which was not of their making.
Whatever all these people have given us, we are enjoying the benefits of the music, the compositions today only because there were some people who tried to at least document them, and it's there even today. Many have been lost also.
So how I see like today's evening and many others is not about, I'm not looking at Saraswati Rajagopalan at all. I'm looking through her about what Tyagaraja is, what Muthuswami Dikshiter is, what Shyama Shastri is, and we learnt about the composer. I'm yet to remember the name of the one who wrote the Rag Malika. Who your teachers were. I'm going to them through you, right? And then I'm seeing what they have done unto you. That is the conversation. I'm not about celebrating a celebrity. It's not my style. I'm not interested in them. They are a produce of a civilization. If I go to Riaz Ali Qadri, he represents a pedagogy. If I go to Nasiruddin Sami, he's a produce of a massive legacy. If I go to Pandit Lakshman Krishna Rao Pandit, I'm seeing what an extraordinary legacy it is. I was speaking with Professor Sunira Kasliwal, our friend, and we were talking about Pandit Vyas, Professor Vyas. He's on my list. Of course, I'll be requesting him for the last part, of that, because I'm slowly reaching that stage where from within the close circles, some of the seniors I will be having towards the end. Look at the legacy they represent, They are able to tell, they are witnesses. They can bear witness on an educative process or what it takes to produce a marvel, an intangible asset. I see you as an intangible asset who is carved by an educative process, who represents an idea of expression, musical expression, of literature. And I want to understand myself. I want to understand what my heritage is, inheritance is as a human being on the planet. I'm not fooled by the idea of political boundaries. I'm interested in the shades of languages evolve, how Sanskrit and Latin were there, how French has evolved, how Braj comes, how you start from Afghanistan and go towards Bengal, how every few miles the dialect changes and languages are becoming. That's what my interest is. And that I can only learn by conversing with the intangible assets that I can touch, even if virtually today. And I've done it for 4 years, but now I'm doing it in public view. There's so many hundreds a few thousands of tapes lying of my conversations. I don't know what has survived. Many would have, been melted or dusted and so on and so forth. And it's again a legacy of so many elders like Bhai Sahab Sikandar Singh of Bagdiya recorded, he had a car, he had a recorder in the 50s and 60s with Professor S.K. Saxena. There were, that legacy of documentation which has happened. And I think I'm enjoying it. I think it's worth the 21 hours that I'm spending to produce this. And I'm so grateful that you took time and shared about the elders who have meant so much to you. And your dad, who's 102, who took you to some of these elders. That is, I think these are very, very moving stories, very, very life-changing stories. They are inspiring. And if these can inspire the fathers of the day, if they can inspire the children of the day, in those small things, when you mention about chewing gum khane ki aadat thi, you can see a young child today, स्कर्ट पहनी है, ऊपर रिबन डाला है, आई कुड विजुअलाइज दैट. वही जूते बाहर पड़े हैं, सॉक्स पड़ी हैं, आके बजा रहे हैं मस्ती में, पता ही नहीं लग रहा कि क्या हो जाएगा कल, कहाँ पे वो सड़क ले जाएगी. जो जो बुजुर्गों ने उंगली पकड़ा कर they set you on a course. So these are very, very, very meaningful conversations for me.
Each one in itself is a milestone for me, because from the first teacher, the transition to the second guru, then from there to the third guru, and of course I've been learning, not stop learning. It's always we are only students till the end. There is so much to know about, there is so much to learn, there is so much to work on and practice. So I think the journey never ends. So it's a continuous ongoing process. There is no full stop to this.
Yes. ब्रह्मा लिखता था, मेरे दादा भाई भाई अर्जुन सिंह तरंगड़ मेरे उस्ताद कहते थे कि ब्रह्मा लिखता था सोने का वक्त नाइती करके सोता था. ब्रह्मा का दिन कहें कि कितने युगों का होता था. एक और मजे की बात है, खैर बात छोड़ो, मैं किसी दिन और बता दूंगा, वो पखावज की है, इंद्र की है, किसी दिन और सुना देंगे. आज लंबी हो जाएगी बात, नहीं तो फिर आपका संभाल लिया आपने 4 घंटे 7 मिनट और 26 सेकंड दिए. अब बता रहा हूँ मैं, अगर पहले कहता है सरस्वती वी गोना सिट फॉर 4 आवर्स, नहीं मेरे पास आधा घंटा है. तौबा तौबा. Thank you so very much. Lots of love to you guys. Yes, I should let you go. Yeah, namaskar.
Very enlightening.
Oh,
Thank you very much.
very educative for me
To
too.
all the viewers also.
Thank you for sharing. Yes.
And to the foundation.
Yeah.
Not to you, to the foundation.
ठीक है. वो उसका कुछ हिस्सा तो मेरे को आएगा.
ठीक है.
All right. Lots of love and a virtual hug to you all. Bye. Yeah, namaskar. So, dosto, that was my conversation with Vidushi Saraswati Rajagopalan, and I hope you enjoyed it. I will now share with you what I'm going to do tomorrow. I have a very, very excited like I was about today. We have let me see if I can open up the poster for you to see about what we're doing tomorrow. Oh, here it is. Yes. And this is Professor S. Nagendra Shastri. We're going to go down south to Bangalore, or Bengaluru as it is called now. He's a vocalist and a researcher. He belongs to just an extraordinary tradition of nearly 800 years, and directly his family, has a story of 4 centuries. And he's quite an unassuming Vidwan. He teaches at a university in Bengaluru. So tomorrow at 5 p.m. I will be in conversation with him. So kindly mark your calendar and share it with friends and family, and join in tomorrow. It will be very, very enlightening. So दोस्तों, कल डॉक्टर एस नागेंद्र शास्त्री होना दे नाल मुलाकात होएगी 5 बजे शामी आज वांगू. और 16 जून ये बहुत ही बड़े विद्वान हन के 800 साल पुरानी परंपरा है, खास करके 400 साल पुरानी तो बहुत ही दिग्गज है. 2 ਵੱਡੇ ਵਿਦਵਾਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਤਿਆਗਰਾਜ ਔਰ ਮੁੱਦਸਵਾਮੀ ਦੀਕਸ਼ਿਤ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਲੜੀ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਗਿਆਨ ਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਕੋਲ ਹੈ. ਕਾਫੀ ਐਨਲਾਈਟਨਿੰਗ ਹੋਏਗੀ. ਤੁਸੀਂ ਸਮਾਂ ਜ਼ਰੂਰ ਕੱਢਣਾ ਕੱਲ 5 ਵਜੇ. ਆਪਣੇ ਦੋਸਤਾਂ ਨੂੰ, ਯਾਰਾਂ ਨੂੰ, ਸਕੂਲ ਕਾਲਜ ਦੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਪੜ੍ਹਾਉਂਦੇ ਨੇ, ਯੂਨੀਵਰਸਿਟੀਆਂ ਵਾਲੇ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਆਪਣੇ ਬੱਚਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਉਹ ਮੈਂਡੇਟਰੀ ਕਰਨ ਕਿ ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਬੈਠਕਾਂ ਹਨਗੀਆਂ ਇਹ ਸੁਣੀਆਂ ਜਾਣ. ਦਿਸ ਇਜ਼ ਵੈਰੀ ਇੰਪੋਰਟੈਂਟ. ਇਟਸ ਵੈਰੀ ਐਜੂਕੇਟਿਵ, ਇਟਸ ਰਿਵੀਲਿੰਗ. ਔਰ ਇਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ they will the students, your students will learn a lot. These are like crash courses. These are like master classes with some of the finest men and women that I have met or I'm meeting. And I'm researching constantly, asking some of the elders, who is an elder that you respect and that I would love to be in conversation with. So many of the universities and colleges should make it mandatory for their students to have this, to sit through these and write ਉਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਰਿਵਿਊਜ਼ ਲਿਖਣ, ਇੱਥੇ ਕਮੈਂਟਸ ਲਿਖਣ, ਸਵਾਲ ਕਰਨ, ਇਹ ਬਹੁਤ ਜ਼ਰੂਰੀ ਹੈ. ਖੈਰ, one benefit is that recordings ਪਈਆਂ ਰਹਿਣਗੀਆਂ, the recordings are going to be available, but I don't see that activity yet, and I think that's a pity. It's sad. There's Punjab University, there's Gurū Nānak Dēv University, and other universities, Guru Granth Sahib University, and so on and so forth. We need to, the scholars from those in Punjab should make sure that the concerned students listen to the elders. Anyway, I'll see you at 5 p.m. tomorrow, and agle din aada program hai, naal de naal das naramanga tusi jude, you join. I'm so grateful to you all across the world. A very good night to you all, or a good day wherever you are on the planet. Khuda Hafiz, Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh, Namaskar. A very good night to you all. Sat Kartar.